Right. Good morning, and good evening to my European, Eastern European friends. Apologize for starting a little bit later than normal. Final checks and whatnot, and getting everything in order. Making sure all my choppas are in a row. I made the mistake of once again trying to make a new sticker like 15 minutes before stream started. Did I finish it? Absolutely not. But I started it. And it's going to be adorable, probably. And it's going to be for whenever anybody has a question. They can just, use a little, cheap channel point thing. It's going to be called the Question Raccoon. And it's going to be a little raccoon that's holding a sign that says, I have a question. Yeah, I do too. They are, I don't know, they kind of get, I feel like they get a bad rap. But they are a very adorable creature or animal. And once again, my camera reset the color balancing because it never likes to stay. That's a little bit better. I look less like a tomato. Yeah, but yeah, brain, please function. Sorry, Tiger has needed me to drive him to work the past couple of days, so I've needed to be functional. um, I'm a little bit off kilter right now. I'm not bad per se. I'm not bad. I'm actually really great. I'm just a little bit out of sorts because I had a tiger next to me basically kick me out of bed, being like, hey, you need to drive me to work. And just be like, I will. Just please, tiny dragon noises. So, Yeah, that's been my morning so far. Although on the plus side, he did reward me with coffee, which was nice. Um, that's the weird thing is not so much so I'm not tired. Um, because I normally wake up at that time anyway. Um, but I don't need to be functional, if that makes sense. So I'm allowed to just kind of like wake up and uh like go through the process of waking up. But in order to drive, I have to go from wake up to fully functional uh in like record time. Also, good morning, Allie. Lovely to see you as always. But yeah, basically my wake up process is normally like 2 hours. So whenever you guys see me, I've already been up for normally a couple of hours. I'm still a little bit groggy. Eating correctly. Ooh. That's a that's a weird topic right now. I will try. Moving forward. It's kind of a complicated issue right now. Let's just say I'm doing my best with the resources I have without getting too far into it. Yeah. But on the plus side, my final paycheck from, the job that gave me the boot comes in should be tomorrow. So that should make things better. But in other news, um, I had a interesting. It's actually funny. I had an interesting thought yesterday when I was messing around. Morning, Marie. I keep wanting to call you Marie, but I'm, or it is it Marie or is it Mary? I do have it right. It is Marie. Okay, right. Mary is with a Y. Okay, sorry, sorry. Sorry. Don't, yeah, don't pay attention to me. I'm just having, I'm just being me. Sorry, so interesting thing that came to mind. That, I mean, I'm sure I'm not the only person to have this thought. I'm trying to remember who else had this thought. Because I did see somebody post about it, but I didn't see, like, any pictures. Oh, which I finally saw the fish thing. Which, weirdly enough, it seems to only be on my stacked fish. Or no. Is it? I don't know. Anyways, not important. Anyways, interesting idea. And it is going to require Tiger to pop in, mainly because I want him to get the login rewards since he hasn't really been playing lately. Yeah, we definitely were. Sadly. I wish we weren't. This is definitely going to be another patch cycle that we're going to have to make our own fun. Which I'm going to have to open my plot so Tiger can come hither. Yesterday, the blocks are horrible. The ramps don't want to fit right at all. Interesting. I will be honest that I haven't, or I spent so much of yesterday trying to figure out um, new ways of like replicating the the old like functionality of the like easy clipping or sorry like getting our one cup technique functionality back to do like easy clipping, but it's just contrary to what I said yesterday about wanting to use the or the knife, we might want to use the dessert plate, which I'll show everybody in a second after we test this to see if this idea works. He should have editor privileges, I think, yeah. Although we might need to reorganize this plot a bit. Potentially. Yeah, because it won't. Or we can just take that off of that wall. Ah. All right, Seamus, what's in the way? Oh, okay. That would be in the way. Sure, why not? Hmm. Underwhelming and disappointing. Yeah, yeah. Guys, I mean, all right. I meant to say that the topic of today's lecture is going to be uh how to see like the bright side in all of this, because you know it may be underwhelming and it may be disappointing, but I don't know. Did I? Yeah, I did. Yep, 100%. Which, yeah, I not to, I don't want charity titters, but, or, wait, that's not what I meant. I'm not sure what I'm trying to say here. I popped by your place, Hugh, and I gave you the old thumbs up, which actually, yeah, no problem. Yeah, I've just been like starting a spreadsheet uh of usernames. You want your Ruby back? What? Question mark? Support ticket? Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah, that change. Yeah, that change. Mm, mm. It's very much, I'm not sure if anyone did the I can't remember what. Wait, you're telling me that they knew about the aquarium bug and they released it anyway? That's that's aggravating. Do we is that conjecture or do we actually know about it? Um um sorry, what am I trying to say here? Oh, that makes sense. Sorry, I didn't read. I'm dumb. Or not dumb. Unobservant. There we go. Sorry. I caught myself. No, please, 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 please. That was a slip up. I'm sorry. I did an oops. Um, but sorry, there's some the previous thought that I was going off of was that the Ruby change is very much or very similar to uh, but not exactly the same as a quest that you had to submit bellflower furniture, and they were like 3 items that required a hefty amount of flow wood. I think, or it might have been like 2 that required a hefty amount of flow wood, and like 1 that required like a medium amount of flow wood. No, I don't know. This was a while ago. Like this was pre-Switch. Um, it uh, it was for sorry, my brain isn't functioning properly. Kenny Yetta's like ceremony or something. It was like her tier 4 quest, I think. I think that sounds right. But in any case, biscuits. Yeah, that it's not gonna let us do that because okay, so that means that we need to do it on this side because I mean, unless I just, don't be lazy and just swap plots. But I am lazy, so I don't feel like swapping plots right now. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Jeez, Allie. Yeah, which after I saw like the fish dome or the fishes being dark, I like immediately went and checked on my butterflies. And I was just like, are those broken too? Because with S6, it could be. But thankfully they were not. I mean, it's not perfect. Okay, so it looks like it's oof. Oof. Yeah, it is oh, so they made some choices. Okay, sure. I feel like they did this on purpose. Excuse? Size of that's not the size of a harvest house. Or maybe let's grab some building blocks. Actually, no. I can already tell you it's not. Only by the fact that it's not a square. Although you did say mostly. So, sure. And then in unison, you did say mostly. Dang it. There. It's coming in the mail. I mean, like, measurement wise, what are we looking at here? We're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So a theoretical interior dimension of maybe 12-ish? Maybe. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. By about 10.25. Thank you, Hugh. And also, kind of. That scarecrow, or at least so the second scarecrow was kind of a fever dream of, like, I don't even know what was going on there. Somebody asked me how I did it, and I was just like, I am not even sure I can even begin to explain how all that happened. It just kind of happened. Okay, so it's not just me. I am not glad to hear that. Not even a little bit. But yeah, okay, I think we're gonna flip plots. I think T9 is a much. I'm wondering if this will solve these issues for the Switch. Okay, cool. So I'm not sure if anybody recalls an old issue that used to happen when moving structures around, but your secondary player or any of your editors would have to go home and then come back in order to like refresh. Now you can just go to a different landscape and it'll fix it. Uh, just oh, so here, let me just hide the switch for a second, just so I can illustrate just with my mouse. So right here, on the switch, it was kind of hard to see, but when I moved this tent, there was a Ravenwood floor deco or Ravenwood floor decor with like a bunch of fish on top of it that was inside of the tent. And even though on my PC it was out of the way, on my Switch it was still reading as all of that decor still being in the way. So my Switch wasn't allowed to move this courtyard here into this location because it was seeing decor being here. It's a very weird bug. It's like a desync thing. What used to happen was your person or your editor had to like go home in order to reload the plot, reload your or like resync everything. But now it appears that if you just go to a different landscape, that loading screen will allow everything to sync back up and then just like then go back to the plot where you were previously and everything will be fine again. So I suppose, oh hey, we have a new version of another tier of plot reload, fam. I didn't even think of that. Or not even tier, but just a new version of plot reload, I guess. I didn't even think of that. Because, yeah, you just switch landscapes. Ah, biscuits. I'm sorry to do this to everybody already, but Tim Hortons coffee goes through me like a bullet train. So I'm gonna have to leave everybody with the AFK otter for a hot minute. Leo will take good care of you. All right, in and back. I appreciate you, Darcy. But to answer your question, Norse, yes. Switching landscapes does appear to correct that issue that I was describing. Uh, Now to continue on with what we were doing. Is now that we are free of obstacles, you're welcome. Or sorry, you didn't say thank you, but sorry, I'm on autopilot a little bit. Ooh, is this even? I'm not even sure if this is gonna work. You better work. We might need to get a bit more creative. Yeah. Gosh, I need to clean up this plot. It's such a mess. Okay. Oh, interesting. Hmm. Right. No. This. Right. That isn't gonna work like this. Da herp. We need to do it like we did before. Hmm. I mean, soft center, but you know. Conceptually, it's there. If they just had to put these massive things in just to vex me. I feel like it could design around them. You just might be better off like attaching it into a hallway. I think would be your best bet. I think, yeah, T5's unlocked, so we should be good to. Good to ghost. There we go. With no repercussions. Biscuits. Okay. Actually, since no. I mean, we could just try it on the lines and see what it looks like. Yeah, it's off center. Right, and then yeah, need to refresh the ghost room to actually get through it. But that connection looks much better, in my tiny opinion. If anyone was so inclined to, you know, make the standalone structure not a standalone structure. Ghosting a wall and connecting two greenhouses together. I'm not sure how you were going to accomplish that. I like your ambition, but I just don't know how you're going to accomplish it. Also, hi Widget, nice to see you. Unfortunately, they did a very good job of making sure we did not delete any walls. Decided you hate the courtyard. Yeah, and see, I the addition of the conservatory kind of made me realize that uh the courtyard uh you know now might be, you know, like a courtyard for me, which by and large in like architectural terms um has some kind of terrible invisible floor. Oh God. Did it get worse? Because I know it. Oh, biscuits. This does make me kind of annoyed with myself. It's nobody's fault but my own because I was planning on doing something, or I was planning a project with a courtyard on another plot that was heavily reliant, or going to be heavily reliant on the metallic block glitch. Son of a biscuit. Hi, too many projects. I wonder if it's, although it might be possible to use it or like use the other version still. Uh, let's mm, let's get my brain in order. You tried to move some stones. Yeah, that that is something that I've noticed, mainly from building from the aerial view, that there, for some reason, you can't place things inside of it from the aerial view. And it's very weird. And I don't know why. Um, where's a... Actually, now that I think about it, where's just a builder's gold floor? Yeah, that's how weird it is. You can't even place like things that have the lowest stack priority inside of it from the aerial view. So there's like a there's like a barrier from the aerial, which okay, yeah, so I'm not insane. I thought okay, and here I thought I was crazy. I'm so glad somebody else said that. Thank you, Widget, for letting me know that I was not insane because I genuinely there are two grids. Yeah, whenever decorating the interior of courtyards, I always A ran into issues and B could have swore that I saw two grids. And that's because I was seeing two grids. Yeah, see there and there it is. So there's your two white lines. Oh, that breaks my brain. Huh. Which if I had to hazard a guess, uh, one of those is coming off of the structure. So so this line here follows along here. But then theoretically, if we follow this grid line, this grid line should, I stress, should follow the true grid lines of the plot. Oh, oh my God. Sorry, I know that that reaction seemed a little over the top. Just um, when I'm fixated on like looking for patterns and like following lines and whatnot, and then I there's this kind of dissonance here. It's a little bit jarring. And it's kind of like a little bit of an electric shock. And so it's a little bit like a zap. Mm, that was not pleasant. Okay. I think we're done here for now. Ow. Sorry guys, my little bit of ASD is is showing. Mm, I'm okay. A little bit. Uh, I'll let me find my notebook and I'll make a note about it so I can, you know, submit a bug report that, you know, may or may not mean anything to somebody. I don't know. Because if I'm being honest, I have been, I've not been great about submitting bug reports. I've been preoccupied with other things. And I should lead by example, and if I want things to get fixed, I should be submitting bug reports. Is that in... Okay, so the disconnect seems to be... I mean, I get the feeling that it potentially might be... Wow, that was a sentence. Uh, it might have something to do with the courtyard being attached to a grand harvest house, because that is the first time that I've seen that kind of dissonance in the grid. But then again, that's the first time I've been looking that closely at the corners. You did? Okay. No, then fair enough. Dissonance might be the wrong word. Mainly because that's a music term. It's just the only word that comes to mind. I mean, you're not wrong, Darcy. Hmm. It, it's okay, Darcy. I mean, in all actuality, I appreciate you being here because having you here keeps the conversation from being toxically positive, which also isn't healthy. Which I still need to go through um all my profiles and make sure or that I don't use the term toxically positive best friend anymore because it in my mind that meant something completely different until I was informed as to what that actually meant, and I was like, oh, okay, that means something completely different. Because in my mind, like a toxically positive best friend is just like you're like someone that is like you know constantly throwing love at you and trying to drag you out of the pit of despair, even if you don't want it. Which, I mean, now that I say that out loud, not the best thing, and I am learning that it's not the best thing. Because sometimes you just need to listen, and I'm learning. Which is the other reason why I need to take that down. Because I'm no longer a toxically positive best friend. Sorry, I'm just shutting down the switch for now. Because we don't require Tiny Tiger's services at the moment. Thank you for your help. But yeah, I played around with the courtyard a bit, which is fun. Or not courtyard, sunroom slash conservatory, what have you. I mean, PC wise, there are theoretical ways to do all of like what I did by yourself. Just it's not easy. because by and large it involves precision ghosting. Which basically just means that you need to know where you're placing your sunroom in relation to your construction on the other plot. And then line it up. Same as you would a ghost room for wall deletion. And then click like HE double hockey sticks. And see, it didn't, yeah. Brain, please work. Right, let's pop over to T5 just to refresh. Oh, no. I think the the theoretical intention of that placement was to place it on the edge, similar to the other one. I genuinely don't know. I was just trying to place it just to illustrate the point. Which, and yeah, now that I've reloaded that ghost room, you can see that you can walk into here now. Oh, you know, something I would like to try while we're here. Let's just look a door on there. And find where our chest is on this godforsaken plot. There it is. Let's try bamboo, and let's try infinite ivy, which I'm sure other people have tried. Ooh, and one more. I'm just trying to think of ones that would, there we go, Sakura. I think, in all actuality, I think this one might be one of the better ones. I say might, but only because of what I mentioned yesterday with that whole reflectivity thing. So the pink will reflect more light. Yeah, that is nice. That's fair. Though if you just want to go with the green theme, it will be a bit darker. Then this one. Oh, that's actually surprisingly bright. I suppose it's a different shade of green. So that does make sense. That actually has a surprisingly high reflectivity. Duly noted. So yeah, I almost suggest if you are going for like the green. Oh, the mountain. Do I have? I'm pretty sure I have the mountain. I'm pretty sure I've purchased all of them just because, not because I plan on using them all, but you know, just because. That should be no, I'm way too far. Which actually also mushroom, which thanks S6 for giving us a second one. Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. I kind of was a little bit stuck on like things that had movement. But yeah, I think the Kilima Mountain wallpaper, even though it's static, I'm pr I'm pretty sure, it does it should be pretty bright. Uh, I think this one is from the Magi Market, but it's really pretty, I think. Let's try it. I do wish we had more flooring options. Oh, which I just realized that I completed the achievement or the weeklies so I can get stuff. Mosaic vine because new reflective flooring is always nice. I really should listen to these before. I'll save the I'll save all of those for later. Oh, oh, awesome. Gain for participating in home tours. Okay, so just but does okay, but do you just get them from the achievements? Is that like the only way? So like we're limited. I mean, I mean, it's. I suppose it's fine if we're limited to 50 per week, I guess, because once again, they kind of shot themselves in the foot with these by making them all single purchase items. Although I suppose the jukeboxes you might want to purchase in multiple. Might. Oh, if you visit others' plots and vote, you get tickets. Cool. Thanks, Norse. Good to know. Oh, wow. Oh, awesome. Yeah, the screenshot that so oh yeah, I'm so glad that I have my graphics turned up. Because the screenshot that I saw somebody post did not do this justice. So, yeah. Yeah. So when they say that it is a mosaic flooring, it is an actual mosaic flooring. They're not they're not whistling dixies on that. It is proper mosaic tiling. Yeah, that gives me shivers. Oh, wow. The artist who did this. Ooh, I'm sorry, I'm actually speechless because this is fantastic. Although that being said, I'm not too surprised. The flooring in this game is actually a very high quality, and I found out the reason why there aren't as many floorings as there are wallpapers um a while ago, and that's because when they code like flooring textures, it actually changes the floor. How do I say this? Yeah, it actually changes the material of the floor or something like that. I can't remember. Uh, it is from the housing tour store. Ba, 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 ba. Trundle on over here. You press G to open the store, and it's all the way down at the bottom. Mosaic vine tile floor. Yeah. Also, hi Bash. Good to see you. Which, and it's don't let the ticket cost scare you away or shy you away if you just complete the the weeklies. You get 50 tickets, which is enough for 2 textures. I mean, I don't. I think I'm. I think you get more tickets from like actually rating people. I don't know if you actually get tickets from rating. I or getting rated. I don't know. Sorry. I haven't looked too much into this system. My apologies. I've been kind of, yeah, I've been bad on doing the homework, which Uh, sorry. I Now, as much as I adore this, or actually, this might be this might be very European style mosaic. It's just in like North American flooring, you don't really see uh small tile like this in flooring. It is very Greek. Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure. It has been a while since architecture school. Um, but let's do let's do a blitz of tours just to see how this works because I did do a bunch of tours or sorry, I say tours. I jumped to a bunch of people's plots just to toss out some votes to to help out people. So that gave me or that put me up to yeah. So sorry, let's just pick another. Yeah, I can wait. We don't have that many floorings. So yeah. So now I'm at the same number as Darcy here, which is 5. And I came prepared. I did. With a list of people to see if they have plots up to the view. Hey, there we go. We are gonna go in hoodlum style. Just for testing purposes. So I do apologize. So we're just gonna bang out some votes. Nope. Yee, there we go. I'm pretty sure I already did you widget. Rimshot. Actually, I'm so sorry that's not a rim shot. Oh, I didn't. Oh my gosh. What? I did. Maybe it's I wanted to come back. And, actually view. Please. Okay. Yeah. I'll pop in because, and here it will only let me change. It won't let me deselect. Okay. Right. It's right here because Miss Mermaid. It's all right. There we go. I'll just hold control with my left hand. I can't tell. Do you have a which I just have to say your precision in placing the doorway over top of your conservatory doorway is impeccable. Holy biscuits. Um, that also being said, is there a wallpaper on this one? Fair enough. If you're having issues with that and you aren't aware, a trick that I found is like targeting the cross. Can I go? Oh, hey, there we go. The cross beam. Sorry if you were already aware of that, but targeting the cross beam here with your wallpaper texture for doors. Oh, I didn't. We had a new follower. Sorry, let me open the activity log. Biscuits and gravy. Thank you, my lady. You're the best. Jay, thank you for following. Welcome to the class. Even though today is a bit more freeform of a class. I know I mentioned having things prepared for today, but I did not get a chance to actually get any material prepped for today. I did try though. Yeah, this is fantastic in here. Very cozy. I do love that you use the one cup technique to get a swing inside. Oh, hmm. Yeah, that's from a while ago. Uh, but yeah, thank you. Yes. Um, Kitchen is lovely. And I don't want to hear anything to the contrary. It's yeah, it's just lovely. It's just it has a very nice flow to it, and it looks like something that can be lived in, which is something that I struggle with a lot. That a lot of my designs are a bit, a bit out there, which isn't a bad thing. It's just kind of, you know, I love this right here reminding us that this planter is apparently a shelf, which I didn't know until very recently. Yeah, I literally did not. And I have so many of those and did not know that there was a shelf. I thought it was just a planter. It's apparently shelf shaped. And this is just me, but I actually appreciate that your that your dining room is not set for dinner. I've seen I've seen quite a few that like are set for dinner, and I'm just like, um, it would be one thing if like the plushies were like all sitting around. Like if people like uh recall I my kitchen that I had uh for a while there. I did have a small table that was set up with food and whatnot. But I also had like a family of chappas sitting there as if they were sitting down to eat. But I've seen like many like dinner scenes like set up with like no one there, and I'm just like, who is this set for? I'm just curious. Like it's not bad. It's just I'm just wondering. I didn't say it's bad, and I didn't say I hate it. It's just a choice. That's all. I really like this here. Uh, how you have this division of space to kind of divide and hide. Oh my gosh, and you even have a little reading nook. That's fabulous. Oh my gosh, complete with structural support column. Thank you. Sorry, right there. Oh, it's that's literally holding up the attic. Okay. I mean, I'll take what I can get. It's still very wonderfully placed. And yeah, these couches right here, that's a very simple glitch. I'm not sure if you used the either the one cup or synchronized placement. Could do either. One cup? Yeah. Just yeah, very simple glitching that shows that you don't need to go insane with your glitching projects to make something that is both unique and eye-catching. And then we have stairs. Are these are just bumped? Yeah, I'm assuming you just bumped these with dessert bowls. Yeah, cool. I say just, but yeah, it's a very it's a very good method that I've seen uh a few people use. That it's a great way and very accessible for people to just create this lovely staircase. The walls are a choice. It's not bad. Personally, I think I might have tried to go for a railing, but that's just me. And sorry, that's me and my. I should delve a bit deeper. That's me and my claustrophobia talking. Yeah. And so, and especially with like the wall being here. I mean, well, yes, it does offer some privacy to this area up here, since this area isn't really a bedroom per se. Unless, is this intended to be a bedroom? Out of curiosity? Or is this just like auxiliary reading nook? Yeah, just yeah, okay. Then yeah, in that case, being able to see out from this loft to the other loft has that like connection of the spaces. But once again, it's these are all just design choices between different designers. So neither are inherently right or wrong. They're just choices. I do really like how you built your chandelier platform. That's fantastic. Like it is so subtle that I barely even noticed it. Which is like for something like that is exactly how it should be. Is something that you should barely even notice. So, bravo. I do really like your combination of colors, how you have this transition from the mushroom to the sakura, and then you use the mountain up top. You're using cakes as paving, and I thought I was insane for making that cake sculpture that one time. But you know, pop off. I think the kids said that at one point. Love this interior door. Top marks. We even have a secondary interior door. Ooh, raised. Ha 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 ha. Fabulous. We have like a little sea shanty style bathroom, which amazing use of building on the invisible grid right here, getting that bellflower curtain. Mwah. Could not have been easy. But just absolutely flawless transition from your little powder room area up into your little oasis. Complete with bay window. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, and little, yeah, definitely a little mermaid's hideaway. Mm, Capital chic bookshelf. Right on. Yeah, personally, when, uh, oh yeah, from the looks of it, those are, yeah, the Dragon Tide set. They have, which for those in the audience that are watching, if you are finding that you are running out of flower places, the Dragon Tide set has some amazing flowers to work with. The blue one on the far left is the Dragon Tide Orchid Planter. The leaves are just the Dragon Tide Planter. The small, uh, the small lotus ones are, I can't remember. I think they're the flower planter. So yeah, so from left to right, orchid, then planter, then flower planter, and then and then we're not done because out here there is the Dragon Tide shrub planter, I believe. So yeah, Dragon Tide has a total of 4 planters in it. So if you're somebody that likes plants, a set that I would strongly suggest focusing on, like, completing, if you haven't completed all of your sets yet, would be the Dragon Tide set. Because it has 4 planters in it. But yeah, this bedroom is absolutely lovely. I do appreciate that you gave me the pretext of the pretext. You mentioned or you reminded me of your whole mermaid vibe. Because it definitely just makes a lot of sense. And and just a note, I adore I adore Einar's adornment as a transition between the rooms. It's fabulous. This is a really clever use of lighting in this room. I'm not sure if you intended this. Um, if you did, bravo. If not, happy accident. But it appears that the yellow hue of the light in this room is actually changing the color of this Dragon Tide coffee table, which is absolutely fabulous. Because anyone that's familiar with this coffee table, it's more akin to, the Dragon Tide blue. Uh, but currently it looks like more aqua. Unless that's the shore. Is that just the shore and I'm just crazy? Because that's like a seafoam green to me. No, because the sides, if you like back up, the sides look the proper blue that don't have the light on it. And then on top that do have the light on it, you have that seafoam aqua green. Happy accident? Fantastic. No. What Darcy is mentioning, sorry, let me find my way back. I get lost in plots like this so easily. Uh, it is that quite a few people have not received their Einar's adornment. Sadly, there's a bug in the system because, of course, there we go. So a lot of people have not received this item. But I mean, a lot of people haven't been able to get the pebble. Although then again, a lot of people haven't been able to get either. So I really feel bad for those people. Haven't gotten either of them. Some people have gotten 2 adornments. Well, those people. I'm just kidding. I'm not salty. I just really like that item a lot. It's a fantastic item, and I wish we had it as a recipe. Mainly for plots like this that have the whole like uh nautical vibe. So, which this is a very cute office. Interesting. What's going on down there? Is that Widget? What's going on with this wall? Is it just a line of Oh, it's just the wallpaper that's doing that effect? Okay. Interesting. Oh, and Joa, way ahead of you. I already did. I'm a keener. You're welcome. Wait, this one? Sorry, as I mentioned with builds like this, I get so turned around and then start getting dizzy and I just need to go outside for a second so I can get my bearings and touch, metaphorically touch grass and get my tiny dragon legs underneath me. And largely it's that whole like pseudo claustrophobia that I mentioned that I did not find out about until I played Palia. But oh, lovely. I definitely, yeah, definitely seeing the. Okay, is this? I can't. Guess this is gonna have to be my pointer. So is this here attached to the? Oh, that's just on the wall. Okay, it's still very nice, but I'm assuming the main bits of glitching are in the center here. Uh, which with the overlap, I can only assume these tables were done with synchronized placement. Yes? Cancel placement? Oh, okay. So I was right. It was synchronized placement. Okay, sweet. Which, for anyone watching, synchronized placement is when two people place two different items into the same location at the same time. Then one cup for one of the counters. Yes. And then the one cup would be this counter here. Sorry to jump up on the counter. Yeah, that makes sense. Not going to mention that it's out of alignment, but it's out of alignment, ma'am. I love you, don't hurt me. I'm okay, so it's not just me. I just mean that you can turn the grid off and then just like go. But that's just me because I'm crazy. But also being said, I can't remember widget. Do you play on Switch or PC? Okay, yeah, PC player, you have no excuse. Press Z, turn your grid off. I'm just kidding. I love you. I love you. Please don't hurt me. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I hide. Mm. Ah, the vent. I always have mixed feelings about the vent. I didn't know that there was a light. Oh wait. So there isn't a light? Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. That's fantastic. I love it. Oh, awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Uh, okay. Then this is, oh, brilliant. This right here is a fantastic example. Yeah, it is an evil bookshelf. Uh, but this wall or this bookshelf right here is a great example of another. I mean, I would classify it as a glitch, because it's a technique that's not intended for in the game. But it's where you uh change the wall to open concept, and then you place things directly on the border between the wall or between the rooms, and then you change the connection type. In this case, she's changed it back to a doorway, but you can also do it into a double doorway. And then whatever you've placed on that border will be recessed into the wall. So this was a great way to place this. In this case, sorry, this is the makeshift bookcase, which the back side of the bookcase is, I mean, it's all right, but it's kind of an eyesore if that's not really the vibe you're going for in that area. I think it's made out of a literal door. So many people just kind of, excuse me, just shove it into a wall. And this is a very easy way of doing it. So thank you, Widget, for showing the class, for having an example of that. And then this is very cute. Once we pop back to my plot, I can do a brief example on how to do this, on how to do that. Was this done with 1 cup? Yeah, fantastic. Just a great, just, I don't, amalgamation? I don't know, just of different, like we have like Ranch House here, Capital Chic, a piece from the Homestead, and then we have Log Cabin. Just fantastic. Yeah, I had a feeling. You started in the corner, then you went to that looks like a floor cabinet, then placed the sideboard down. Then this bit, I mean this bit could go, actually kind of depends. But then you can place this guy in. So, yeah. Because we are a bit limited now that they changed our metallic building blocks. Because we can't have anything nice. Okay, and then we're back. Actually, did I even pop in here? I'm not sure. But this is cute. Um Thank you for having this right here, because I haven't mentioned this before on this channel, but this brings up a great point that I had that I keep forgetting to mention, and it does have to do with natural lighting, and you can actually cover up windows like this, and the system will only read if there is a wall in the way. So if you put like decor in the way, it won't actually care. And it's very weird. So it'll still filter natural light into the room as if there were no obstructions in the way. So this is actually a fantastic way to get some privacy into the room, but still have that natural light come in. So once again, bravo. Fantastic. I wish I thought of that, because yes, fantastic. Although that being said, I kind of wish you did the porthole frame. Portal frame here. Just saying. Ooh. It's not centered. And another thought that I just had, maybe as like concept, no idea if it would work. Maybe like, because this is like a hefty mirror, maybe like the mirror in front of the window. Once again, don't know if it would work. Yeah, I mean, well, trial and error. Oh, we found the toilet. But yeah, fantastic. Or son of a, that was just the main house, of course. No little crafting area. I love it. This brings me joy. So many massive plushies. That. Oh, sorry, I scared away your burb. That pirate flag causes me physical pain. I'm just kidding. Kind of. Not really. I just want one. That's all. All right, that reminds me, or yeah, that ice cooler reminds me that we probably should do our our pile runs. Oh gosh, it's 11:21 already. Biscuits. All right. Thank you for letting us peruse your plot. We left a actually, you know what, let's switch ours to 4 because that puts you up to 10 in that category. I don't know if that matters, but yeah. Fabulous plot, my love. Absolutely fabulous. Thank you for letting us peruse. Oh, is that? Oh, Jesus. Oh, wow. I'm just gonna ignore that. I didn't realize that many people had looked at my plot. I'm just gonna ignore that. Just although, wait, does that mean that I have a nameplate unlocked? Because I think you unlock one at 10, don't you? No, you don't. Okay. And I mean, oh, did I miss your doc? I actually, I mean, even if I have seen it before, since this is a class, uh, I I would like to come back just so we can see it from like a, so the rest of the class can see it. It's, and we can just like explain how we got there, how other people can do it. Yeah, I think I have seen this before, but still. Yeah, definitely a, yeah, it's a lovely construction. Actually, I'm not sure if I have seen this before. But yeah, it is really cute. Although I'm not sure, or I don't know, you built it, so I mean, you can call it what, or whatever you want. So, I mean, if you call it a dock, apparently it's a dock. It's just, like design-wise, it's more reminiscent of like a pier, which I mean, people at home might be wondering, what's the difference between a dock and a pier? A pier, uh, generally, uh, is something, similar to this that has, like seating areas, places for people to hang out, attractions, that type of thing. A dock is typically something that it is meant to be functional, like something for like boats to attach to. Yeah. So like on my plot, uh that thing made out of um uh Caltech coffee tables that I call my pontoon dock. Um that one, because it literally it is not big enough to house any of these things. Would, from a design perspective, fall under being just a dock. Uh, because it would be just somewhere that you could like tie up your boat. So, but I mean, you could also say that I'm just splitting hairs, which is why I did start this off with, Widget made this, so Widget can call this whatever she wants. But I do, and I love this ending bit, where you can just run off, and yeah, that's great. The little things in life, like an infinite loop of idiocy. So, yeah. But yeah, from like a construction perspective, like uh this, again, is not something that is super hard for people to replicate. Like all you really have to do is like you start with a single block at the edge of your plot, and then you can either just start building from that block that's here, or you can build the entire construction somewhere else on the plot and then just bring it over and then attach it to that block that's already there. So, I do really appreciate your I really appreciate your railing. It's very well done, by the way. Hey, Kalia. Nice to see you. Going really well. Been a bit the last little bit has been a tiny bit of fixation on testing out the housing or the plot tour system, seeing how we can get tickets, but or actually, hold it. Who was it? Because Joa, yeah, Joa, you said that you visited like a ton of houses, like like a literal metric ton. So fantastic. So Joa, where are your tickets at? Out of curiosity, because I'm assuming you voted or you reacted to each house that you went to. Please give us data. The last. Ba, ba, ba. Is there? Oh, is there an accomplishment in the menu? Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't notice that. Thanks, milady. You're. This is why I appreciate having completionists in my life. Personally, I'm not one. I'm more of one of those like, it'll get done when it gets done. But okay, there we go. All right. Hey, Darcy, we found where the 5 tickets came from. Yeah. Yeah, so Widget, so your 55 tickets probably came from the weeklies. And then Housewarming Hero 1. And then if you complete all the way to Housewarming Hero 4, so that's 60, 30, 15, so 120. I appreciate them for making that math so easy. Wait, no. No, don't listen to me. I'm dumb. Or not dumb. I'm so sorry. 100, 110. 110. Because, yeah. 5, 20, 50, 110. There we go. I'm awake, I promise. So, and then, yeah, so if you completed that, you'll have enough or either one of the fancy name plates if that tickles your fancy, or you could get the remaining textures. You get a few jukeboxes. Yeah. So, oh, which thanks for reminding me, Widget, because I did actually get the teak, so everyone can see. This is the teak. Yeah, it is that pattern. That is very nice, I will say. If you're like me, which as I'm getting older and older, I'm finding out that I'm not as I'm not as strange as I thought I was. But yeah, just you know, geometric shapes make the brain go purr. So yeah, enjoy. Oh, that sadness though. I was hoping that it would like alternate direction, but apparently not. That's okay. Let's see if we can do the thing. Right. We'll need a we'll need help. Help. It seems so tiny. Purr. Or how about purr? Although what I would really love to see is because I'm crazy like that. Gazebo. Teak turtle. Oh yeah, widget. I guess that you weren't here for that stream when we were doing testing for that. So I'll show you the real turtle vibes. 'Cause the real the real turtle is when you do the Majiri. 'Cause there's the foggy and then where's the sunny one? I just gotta find it. Sorry, there's Paltech and then there's sandstone, sunny. Turtle. And then colorful turtle. Giving Louis Vuitton expensive turtle. A little bit, yeah. Yeah, giving like, hey, girl, you couldn't afford this turtle. Yeah, a little bit. How about mosaic turtle? What was that? I want to see the mosaic turtle. And not really. Mainly because this one is one that looks good up close, but when you get to a certain distance, it all like blends together. But I do just love the vibrance of the different uh, shades of blue that they used for the leaves there. So yeah, that's so great. All right. Sorry, fam. I just need to leave y'all with the AFK turtle or AFK turtle, AFK otter for a hot second. I just need to go deal with some business for a hot second. Much love. In the back. Thank you. All right. Sounds good. Have fun. I think it is time for us to do our daily pile run. I'm not like yesterday. I'm not gonna force both of them. I'll just go until I force one of them. But yeah. Oh, thank you very much for the reminder. All right. And just a reminder to everybody watching of our way to force the rummage piles to give us recipes. Or, sorry, force is the wrong word. But the way to tell if the pile is going to give us a recipe. Welcome back, Joa. You came back at the perfect time. Because I'm about to go over the way to kind of game the rummage piles. Except your... But no. The way to get around giving worms is just have your ammo bag full. Widget. That's a trick with that. So yeah. Listen first. First listen. So yeah, just fill up your bag with... You can really do anything. I just do it with decor because, you know, I have so much decor. But you can fill up your bag with anything as long as it's not in the rummage piles. Although Widget mentions having your tools completely fixed. Haven't heard that before, but I'm down. Wonder if that's what my problem was last night. Okay, my tools are completely fixed. Just for good measure, let's fill our watering can as well. Although this is starting to sound like confirmation bias. No, that doesn't matter. Oh, okay. Okay, you were talking about your ammo pouch. Okay. I gotcha. Okay. So she was just talking about ammo pouch, not tools being full. Okay. So yeah, when she was talking about tools, she meant like it. Okay, now I see where your mind was going. You were going tools equals equipment equals ammo pouch. Gotcha. I see. I got you. I got there in the end. But yeah, if you want to be really easy about it, you can just like grab the first, you know, bunch of stuff out of your, you know, out of your box. I'm weird, so I like to grab the largest stacks out of my uh thing, out of my storage box. It's yeah, it's purely confirmation bias, but I don't care. There we go. And do these guys need to be watered? Oh wait, no. They do. Oh, biscuits. Sorry. Hold please. I didn't realize that my grow all out stuff needed to be dealt with. I think that's done. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. Yeah. Yeah. Grab one more stack. And run into the great yonder. And now basically we just run face first into the pile until it says loot. Because since the recipes don't count as items that go into our inventory, they will be lootable items. Sorry to everybody who already knows this information. I'm mostly just saying this to the people that are unaware. Or for anyone trying to use the seal method, which the seal method will not work. Hey, here we go. Inventory full. Nope. Let me just go to Kilma. Uh, Still no. And then, yeah, then you just swap servers. And you keep doing that until you find one. That has a pile that you can loot. And theoretically, at some point, dear sweet RNGesus will bless you with a good roll. Theoretically. Yesterday, I didn't have good luck with the Bahari pile. And, I didn't feel like doing more than, a dozen refreshes, so I just decided to not. That was weird. Let's see if we can sneak it up, sneak up on the pile from a different direction. Yeah. Come on, RNGesus. Please. No. Just as a note, and I should have given this disclaimer at the beginning, this method was not discovered by myself. It was not. Nor was it discovered by anyone in unofficial Palia housing or the unofficial Palia housing Discord. It originated from somewhere outside the Discord, and someone popped in to inform the Discord of this technique. Hey, I think we're probably not going to do more than half a dozen refreshes. Just, I think we've passed Lumen before, which means that we are cycling. That is part of the reason I try to follow the same route, at least in Kilima. It's a little bit harder in Bahari because people move around so much and people don't really sit idle. But in Kilima, there are some people that sit idle. So though they can be kind of your place markers that can tell if you've been to that server before. Let's see if we can just like pop to somebody's server. Ooh, hey Joe, we're gonna come see you, buddy. We're gonna try your server and see if we can have some luck there. This is another way that you can do it. If everybody's just like on separate servers. Ooh, and I think Griff might be. I can't remember if they're in Asia. No, I don't think they are. Which I should make a note. Still not. Although we can check. Now we're still in North America. Good to know. Sadness. But yeah, that is one of the hurdles in server hopping is the system drags you to servers where your friends are. See if anybody's in Bahari. I don't think, probably not. Housing plot, housing plot, housing plot, black market. I guess it is nighttime, so that does make sense. No widgets in Bahari, right. Excellent. But we're going to check a pile on this server. And then we're going to check widgets server. And then probably give up for now. Because some days it's better to just, accept that it's not going to happen instead of spending an untold amount of hours and like strain on your mental health. Which just is not healthy gameplay. Yeah. So we're just gonna not. Instead, we're gonna go home and actually do some decorating. God forbid. What decorating, you might ask? I don't know. Haven't thought that far ahead. Although I do know that I wanted to. I wanted to what? I wanted to do something that was fun. Oh, right. I've still been trying to figure out a way to make my ceiling cabinet work. Hence this whole dealy. If we could just find an item. Uh, I just think in just yeah. I just don't think it will work anymore. Without getting weird. I mean really weird. So it might not be impossible per se. So I guess let's try. Because yesterday I got angry. Today, let's get creative. Alright, and we are going to want a ceiling item. Yep, obviously. Then we'll do that floor, and then that floor. That, and like that. Then we'll just flip it upside down. Get a smidge of height. Attach our ceiling item. Move it to a wall that is not temporary, and now we can group select everything. And of course something is in the way. Biscuits. Okay, well, that was attempt one. It's all good. It's not like I only have one plan. Mhm. If it's still possible, just at all to. Wow, so they made it like really militant. So like even where normally other items are able to go. Unless they've changed this. Is normally. Did they change it? Oh my. No. Really? Oh my god. Ah. They they changed the placement properties of the industrial shelf. Sorry, let me sorry, before I lose my head, let me get a barrel. Let me just get a barrel. Let me just get a barrel before I say anything definitive, because that's the original. It could just be that item or those items. Nope. It's the shelf. Mm. Okay. There's only so creative I can be when they keep breaking my tools. But I'll keep trying. And sorry. For frame of reference for those watching, uh, that industrial wall shelf has been that way literally since September is when I first posted about that being that way. That you could just like uh, rotate the shelf like so, place barrel like so, and then like rotate the shelf back, and then you could have barrels like that. Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, okay. Never mind, it was just having a kitten. What's your problem, game? Stop gaslighting me. Please. Please stop gaslighting me. I would very much appreciate it. Oh. Ha. So yeah. Ah. So yeah, I first posted about this literally back in Bash, I love you and your little raccoon wand. Yeah, I first posted about this all the way back in September when somebody was talking about how militant the like this the something is in the way message was, and I was just like, it's actually not as militant as you'd think. You just need to know how to like get around it. Okay, now let's try another item. And then turn the grid off. You just don't like any item besides the barrel, eh? Apparently it just likes barrels. Apparently barrels are its friend. Wait, hold it. Because I went to the edge. Was that the trick to make it work? I don't know. It just started working. Maybe I just needed to cry. It just wanted to see me cry or have an existential crisis. It's so is not broken. Is just finicky as gotcha. Or potentially only works with barrels. I don't know. Okay. Wait, but how about if we make this pillar think that it's a barrel? Okay, pillar. Believe that you're a barrel. Oh yeah, it's having none of it. Having none of it. All right. Oh wait. Sorry. Something else. Uh, Thank you for mentioning that widget because sometimes when furniture is acting weird, if you just pick it up, it starts behaving properly. So it could just be that the barrel gets bumped to the right spot. I don't know. Yeah, I genuinely don't know why it works with barrels and it doesn't seem to want to work with anything else. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, let's try quitting the game and reloading. And now the daily flash of my login info. Gasp. I'm just kidding. Nobody can see my password. Can you place it on the shelf and then turn the shelf? Sorry. Yeah, so this is different than that. There's also a similar one that you can do with this, with the capital chic that I'll show. So that's the one with the industrial shelf. So the one with the capital chic that you could do, let's see if it'll let me do it with the pillar. Maybe it's the pillar that I'm thinking of. Yeah, there it is. Oh, no, that's the wall. There we go. So you can catch the end of the shelf. But I could have swore that you could do that with the industrial as well. But I guess not. The industrial might just be the barrel. But yeah, it is literally turn on side. Then you can, yeah, turn it back. If you want to make it look, or the way that I had it in my pantry for a while was I had it like out to the edge like this. Um, I had several of them. This was a while ago, and so it looked like there were a bunch of casks just on their side. This was in the days like way back in the day before we like had like rotational stuff. As I said, this was like September of last year. So Voidness and I didn't even know each other. I don't even think I met Magnolia Oak yet. That was all by my lonesome. Or maybe not, sorry, not all by my lonesome. I but the current group was not together. Not sure. Yeah. Yeah, this one. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, you can do that with pretty much anything. This was actually like with the capital chic shelf. Come on, there we go. That was an idea I had for like a lying books flat was with the this and the that. Which now that you mention it, then if you like target, I guess you don't even really need the plate because you can just really target the board because then you can place the shelf off of the wall. Now, cool. And yes, Darcy, very much so. Hmm, you know, this makes me wonder. I wonder because we can't go full 180. Yeah, we can't go full 180 maybe. But how about if we go 90 and then 90? Can't believe it took me this long to think of that. Because then that's flat like that. Although we might, and now we just need to. Oof, that also sucks. That crashing 3 times during a hunting party. Okay, now let's just do some weird complex rotational business. Oh, come on. Does the dessert plate go up there? Although we might be able to bump it. Maybe. Now I think about it. Went way too far. So let's grab a soup bowl, or not soup bowl. We just want a dessert bowl. Biscuits. Of course, all of our dessert bowls are allocated to the other plot. We'll try a mug, but also just a knife. No, that won't work. Because the bottom of the mug is too voluptuous. It's too Rubenesque. Whereas we might be able to get something going with the dessert bowl. I mean I think I started to say pear shaped, and then it became a portmanteau of voluptuous and pear shaped. So I guess kind of. I kind of said plumptuous. Sorry, I had to actively say that word. Okay, it's too far away from the shelf. Oh, sweet baby Buddha. I wonder if this is all just going pear-shaped because it's on metallic building blocks. I would not put it past them. Not to sound like a crazy person, but you know, where there's smoke, there's fire. And like, you have these placement issues literally 3 days ago. Oh, I swear, if I have to say that my book tutorial doesn't work anymore. Okay, that seems to work fine. Okay. Okay, which was the building block? Oh, thank you, Darcy. Appreciate. That's right. Ah, finally. Don't tell me I can't do something. Right. Guess more so. Stop telling me I can't do things. Please. I respectfully request that you refrain from telling me that I can't do things. Because I feel like what you want to say is that you would like me to not do things. And well, what you would like and what I want aren't exactly similar. Sorry, that got a bit weird there. I do realize that the Palia system is not an actual sentient thing. Let's just move on with our lives, shall we? Sugar. Mm. Son of a biscuit. I feel like this might be a fool's errand. Gosh darn it. I mean, that being said, I'm kind of curious if I might be might be just making my life more difficult than it has to be. Which I mean, would not be the first time. Wrong way, dragon. Oh, wait. No, that would have worked. Yes. So go like that. Thing like that. Ostensibly. Okay. We kind of have the thing. And then we just, grab the paver and then just cancel place it somewhere. And now it's upside down. which is what we need. I just have no idea if it's gonna work. Grr. Arg. Wait, what? Oh. What happened to the the fox? Weren't we supposed to get a fox? The Oh, okay, that's the next one. Okay. Happy to announce new decision for check out the frog and will go up retention yada 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 yada. Morning in Bahari. Thanks, milady. I appreciate you. Is this an exclusive jukebox, or is this one that we can just get? Oh, it's an exclusive. Oh, and it completes our rainbow. Well, that's lovely. Because it gives us a yellow one. All right, well, let's see what I mean. I don't think anybody can. Oh, that's why. Hmm. Okay. Floor item. Okay, and it only affects the immediate area. Right on. Anyways, I think I might have duked it out with the freaking uh thing with the person in the place. You know, attempting to do. Wait, what? Did we do it? I mean, we're almost there. We're so close. Although we're just not sure if uh what am I trying to say here? No idea. You know, biscuits. Not sure if us having so many items that will be in contact with the roof is going to be an issue. But I mean, we could always like try exploding it, maybe. But I mean, that might help, might not. I mean, we're almost there. It's not as good as it was. Definitely not as easy. Ugh, biscuits. Oh. Was 3-step process? Now is like 12. But I mean, it's ceiling shaped. So that's something, I guess. So the important thing is we got there in the end. Oh boy. That's like a big hatch-like door. But I hate that I'm probably use wagon wheels like everybody else. I probably use wagon wheels like everybody else. Maybe wall clocks could be an option. The wagon wheels are so comically large. In the pantry might work. Instead of like flipping through that, we could just go to the horde. And have the curvature though. Oh, which I need to try this out. Sorry, everybody. I do like this outfit. What are some of my other favorites? Oh, I don't remember which band's called this. Yeah. We need to check out. Or wait, no, because you can only try it on via. Here, there. And that one, yeah, retro future. Ooh, that. eh, Wait, this is the one that they're calling the Silk Dragon. I think these are named wrong. Or maybe not. Okay, so yeah, the top of it kind of changes a bit, but not. And then your plushie seems to change. I am a fan of that hood though. Although it's done in a very weird style. Those what the kid. I mean maybe I've never really been a hip kid ever. basically, while everybody else was like, this is what it is, and I'm just like, that's nice. I'm gonna go, I don't know. In high school, I tried a little bit, but no. And that's when I realized that I just did not have the body type to do that type of thing. So why bother? At the end of the day, as long as you're comfortable enough in your own skin. Sorry, and healthy. Comfortable enough in your own skin and healthy. Not to everybody else. But probably Darcy. I think as far as I hate to use this as a trunk, but I think this is what we might need to use as a trunk. Which is going to be absolutely hilarious. Maybe. Uh, it's been hot. Or, sorry, I said that away from the mic, but it's been a hot minute since I really entertained the idea of my making my car. So bear with me, everybody. So I've seen a few kicking around, and they've been nice, but you know, I would like to do one as well. I wonder what just maybe a combination of a couple of items would look for wheel. How would we combine those, though? It's the question. Yeah, I love that they took the time. They took the time to fix how they place on other things, but they did not take the time to fix items being placed on them. You're killing me here, S6. Literally killing me. Right, I think the only way to do it was to attach it to a wall. Nope. Just will not. Okay. Hmm. So very tired. Because if it's not a valid placement point, why does it have snap points? And yes, I know, because there's a grid there. Yada, yada, yada. That can be placed in the corner. too much. Oh gosh. For starters, hi Stephanie. Good to see you. Second, oh, wow. No need to be sorry. I just, you know, I frighten easily. It's okay. No need to be sorry. Uh, sorry, you you came in like mid hyperfixation, and also really bad at dealing with attention. But uh, but yeah, I that's I never know how to respond when other communities uh mention me. Uh, thank you for one, very much. It's a good place to start. it definitely means a lot. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be anywhere without the support of everybody. So, thank you. Hashtag super awkward dragon. I mean, it's pretty much in the middle, more or less. Which I should have gotten out. Sorry, I should have gotten out the Magi plushie for item cancellations a while ago. Sorry, fam. Mm, that seems too far. Just go half that. That's coming in contact. Biscuits. That's barely noticeable, I think. Alright, now let's see if we can do that again. Middle over 4. Turn. I think we might want to drop them down a bit. The joys of float calculations. Can't tell when my eyes are twitching. Basically, this is what I mean when I just say just keep throwing effort at the wall until it breaks. Or wait, let's just remind ourselves what happens when we just turn in place. Just, you know, for shiggles. Because, ADHD, and I genuinely can't remember. Alright. That means if we turn in place, And theoretically, maybe I've been doing them backwards this whole time. God, I hate this so much. I loathe float calculations so much. Like, you don't even know. Internal screams intensifying. Let's just, let's just keep going because one of these, in theory, should be right. Okay, so that's the closest one so far. Good to know. Let's be crazy and just try a flow meter. Okay. I hate it when it's just that simple. Okay, so the exact. Oh, that took so much longer than it should have. At the end of it all, it's not even equidistant. But I think that is mostly due to this being an issue. Biscuits. I should have known. We should have just used it flat. I wanted to be fancy. Biscuits. You are kidding me. Thank you, Widget. I need the love right now. I'm having a moment. Uh, 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 um, yeah. Right. No, 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 no. Wait. I remember now. I remember. It wasn't the pillar. It was the block. Yes. Yes. There we go. Just, I mean, what? I'm fine. Everything's fine. Wait, no. I don't think we even biscuits. I don't think we're even gonna want that because it's gonna merge horribly. Yeah, it is. Hey. Also, or I'm not sure if you popped in and then ran, but Widget, if you're still here, I I just saw the second, or I finally broke out of my hyperfixation slash tiny rage moment and read your message. Excellent. I love you too. Much love. Hmm. Oh, which I meant to. Sorry, just, well, I am broken out of the hyperfixation. Just somebody asked me to pop by and share some love on their plot, and I need a break from that. Mm. Ooh, they definitely need some love. Oh, but yes, this is another one of the unofficial Palia housing Discord members, Griffin Fly. If people would like to pop in and give them some love, that'd be amazing. Which also, anybody in chat that, which Stephanie Greywolf, are you on my friends list? I don't know. Or wait, I probably shouldn't do this while I'm on stream, sorry. I will check that later. Yeah, let's do a quick. I'll try not to do the hyperfixation plot tour that we did earlier. Sorry about that. Choppa sitting down for tea and okay, this is adorable. I like 100% approve. Yeah. Yeah. Cute little garden. Old school garden. Fantastic. See, this is a great example of just how you don't you don't even really need to glitch to decorate a plot. Like you can, by all means, but you don't really need to. Because at the end of the day, if you like it, that's what's the most important. Oh, it was mostly so I can, yeah, it's okay. I won't I won't go during stream, but it was mostly so I could pop by and and you know add towards your point total. I just like that I can now support everyone who's supporting me. Even if it's just a small little gesture. Then in that case, let us pop over. We left a and if you don't mind, because especially if you have some glitches around, then I definitely would love to see. Oh, are the fish tanks fixed? I glad to hear. I haven't most of my fish tanks are on a separate plot, but thank you for the heads up, Reds. Also, good to see you. Hmm. This is so cozy. It's entrances like this that are a reminder to myself that I need to develop my entrance more. Because as grandiose as my entrance is, Oh, oh, I mean, if I did walk past, because um, some some fish were affected by the bug, and some fish weren't. Like vo the void ray was not affected by the bug for whatever reason. I'm not I don't have a comprehensive list on hand, sorry. Or I'm not sure if it or how exactly the bug worked. If it was just like on auxiliary plots. Yeah. So see the little friend in the middle here is is still broken. Hmm. Interesting. So that does lead me to or that's very interesting. I don't know. Yeah, because see over here, so here's a rainbow trout, but this rainbow trout is fine. I have no idea why. But then like over here, whatever fish in the middle here is yeah is broken. I'm wondering if there might be a way to like force a fix or like a workaround for it. I don't know. Further testing is needed as per usual. This is so cozy. I can't not activate the chest. Did the sides of the toolbox always pop out? And have I just never noticed that? I thought the top. Okay, yes. Okay. Wow. I'm just, distracted by shiny things. Yep. Because whenever I look at it, all I see is a speckle in the middle and just like blinders on. I'm gonna throw it. Chapel bath time. That brings me joy. Or sorry, chapel shower time. Yes. Yeah. My roommate actually legitimately does call like have the nickname Magpie for me. Um because I yeah. But it's mainly because I have a tendency of just borrowing tools. Uh because and oh my god, that's my hoard. I hoard tools. No, 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 no. It's strictly from my social anxiety would never allow that. That would require me to talk to people I barely know. It's strictly allocated to like roommates and the like my family members. So like they'll get it back eventually, or like if they ask for it, it's just like, oh yeah, I have that. Did you need it? And it's just like, yes, yes I do. And it's like, okay, I'll go I'll go get it. Hmm. Yeah, this is a yeah. Let's put this one up to 10. 'Cause this is a very I I don't really know how to or I don't know. It might just be that I don't know. I'm getting to that point in the day, but my oh, my my mouth is not talking very good. I don't know. It's very well thought out. Yeah. Something that I did notice when I was looking at all of the fish, if you go into editing mode and you like run over or not run over, but you like highlight the different fish with your crosshairs, like it'll show the proper model. But the second you like move your crosshairs like away from that fish, like that specific one, it'll go back. Which I love your little stable. It's very cute, by the way. I see that we have another person that is not or that can't wait for ranching. It's okay, I'm right there with you. Oh, this is nice. The choice of flowers is a very nice assortment of different colors. The palette flows together really well. Well done. I always appreciate somebody who works in the Veronica flowers. Tanky. Oh my god. Bash. That would be delightful. For a second, I thought uh you were saying somebody's name. I was just like, who's Tanaki? And I'm just like, okay, I have definitely been watching too much anime lately. Ooh, this is cute. I always do love me a shroom room. Wait, what? It muted you for talking too much? Ugh, I swear, the auto moderator. It's not like I can turn it off because the second I do. Oh wait, okay, it's set. Okay, that I can probably turn off. Okay, yeah, because that is just 1 sec. Sorry, buddy. Moderate moderation off. There is. I don't know. I don't think we really need to worry about slow mode. I've just been forgetting to turn it off. I keep seeing it on, and I'm just like, I should turn that off. I should turn that off. I should turn that off. Theoretically, it should be off now. Hopefully, I won't get mad at you anymore. Silly Twitch. Oh my god, somebody else who was at the original Magic Market. Finally. I feel slightly less guilt. I'm just kidding. I know a lot of other people, especially here, were at the original Magic Market. But yeah, who's looking forward to that coming back? Because I have mixed feeling. Uh, and that's only because they still probably are not going to sell us recipes. But I can dream, Harold. I can dream. I would, I just want recipes, please. Don't sell me single items, sell me recipes. Please. I have a lot on my plate. I have stew. S6. So please sell me recipes. Because otherwise, we're gonna be taking a stream break unless people are gonna want to see me just farming the Magi market. I don't know, maybe we'll do a poll. Okay, hold up, Stephanie. That's not what I said. I I didn't say don't make me work to get tickets. I said sell me recipes. So I'm fine working for tickets. Perfectly fine. As long as there's a finish line. As long as there's a goal. Because just mindless farming or mindless grinding gets tedious after a while. In my tiny opinion. Um, oh, it's okay. I mean, I also might not have been clear. It is one of those weird topics. And I'm also not very good at expressing myself. Sorry, 1 second. Um, yeah, it's one of those weird topics that not a lot of players really I don't know. I suppose it depends on your mindset, maybe, on whether you like if it affects you or not. Because I know like there were a lot of people that like completely loved the lunar magi market, and I'm completely happy for them. But there were a lot of people in like my camp that did not have a great time. And we were like, well, like how many like and we were just like constantly farming and like felt like we should keep on farming because we didn't know how many of each item we should stock up on. And it became this like whole like anxiety loop of like, well, what do I stock up on? Well, what projects do I think these will be good for? And it's just like, oh, well, I don't know. Well, I should plan. But so, yeah, that's just more what I'm saying. And you can eliminate that anxiety loop by just selling people recipes. And that way, the players can enjoy those recipes all year long. And it also makes for healthier gameplay. As well. So, oh, interesting. I'm not sure who mentioned the whole not being able to water their flow trees, but yeah, I can't water mine either. Interesting. So yeah, looks like I will be submitting that ticket as well. I will add it to my list. Ah, you got burnt out during the Chappa chase. Okay, so you, I, I, I think that you, and that's the burnout I'm talking about here. So it's that constant grind because it's like, well, it's a limited time event, so I have to keep grinding until Bash and Widget, I think you guys are talking about two different things. I love you both, but I think you're talking about two different things. Are you? Anywho, back on topic about game burnout. Okay, I trust you. Trust you. Just keep it civil. I love you both. I love you both. That's all. Hugs all around. Just let me get the emote. Just, I love you both. Uh, and yeah, so that's kind of what I mean when I talk about the importance of selling recipes over one-off items. Because also at the same time, while people were getting burnt out from like the Chappa chase, people were also getting burnt out from going to cake parties to grind gold, uh, like infinitum, so they could purchase those really expensive items that were at the original Magi market. And while they can kind of cover their butt by saying, oh, well, they'll come back next year, sure, that's okay. But you're kind of putting a band-aid over like the problem that is still there because people are just going to get that burnout again, but now they're just going to be compounded by that there's going to be more items for them to grind for. Thank you for the reminder, Adsy. Um, Widget, they did mention when the Lunar Magi Market came out that Magi Market Classic will be coming out hypothetically around the 1 year anniversary of the original Magi Market. So that hypothetically will be when the original items will come back. Uh, so that should be here. I'll pop over to the Horde so everybody can take a look. So that should be when we see these cherry blossoms come back. What the? Sorry. That should be when we see these cherry blossoms come back, which I'm personally very excited for that, because I wasn't able to get nearly as many as I was hoping for. These woven baskets were also purchasable. Sorry, I'm trying to think what else was purchasable. Oh, right. It's not out right now. Let me grab it from my box. Sadly, I only purchased one of these, which is why I'm glad. I can't wait for the market to come around. But these cute little lanterns were purchasable. Yeah. They're very adorable. Now, the kind of, to quote Maleficent for a moment, the awkward situation kind of arises when we start talking about the unique items. So that being our standees, the hourglass drum, the folding screen, the cart. I believe, yeah. No, that's the new, or yeah, the New Year banner here. I was always very curious as to why they called it the New Year banner when the market was in September, but whatever. Then this very, very lovely fan, which is, yes, I realize it's just kind of a dolled up version of the Dragon Tide fan, but it is very pretty. And then, of course, it's not on this plot, but oh, actually, sorry, there's I just remembered that there's one item or one more purchasable item that I missed. And we saw it during a couple of those plot tours, actually. Sorry, I don't have very many of them. I just have no idea where I put them. But I was pretty sure I put them in the Horde. For the longest time, they were kicking around my Steamworks plot. Let's. Uh-oh. Sorry, they're little. Yeah, I guess let's check out the Steamworks and see if they're there still. Because there was one on. Ugh, nope, I picked it up. Oh dear. Right. I'll do that now. If you're, or wait, are you still online? You are. I'll do that now before I forget. Thank you. Mm, I appreciate you. Mm, mm. I will try. Maybe, well, sorry, I need to come here to show you guys this. Uh, of course, this arch is one of the unique items that will hopefully come back. Sorry, let me just grab my Paliopedia assistants because they should be able to help me locate the last purchasable one that I'm trying to locate. I mean, kind of. It'll be able to tell me. Okay, so it's definitely not on this plot. Good to know. Tiny town. Not on this one. Oh, that's because they're on the arbor. Don't ask me why, but they are. There we go. I'm sure it made sense at the time. There we go. These little guys. There we go. The last purchasable item. Magi Market Bloom Lantern. So yeah. Oh right. Uh no, I'm a Yutz. Because then of course there's the regular, or no wait. That did come back for Lunar, which was the regular Magi plushie. But that might come back. Uh Embra or Ember, because that was they were purchasable. So little Phoenix plushie. There we go. I think she was about 20,000 coin. Yeah, you were not alone. There's a reason I have one Embra. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That I have like one Embra plushie. I mean, I have more of the of the Magi plushie because like he came back uh for Lunar, but I did only have one. But I think I in total I have like three of the Bloom Lanterns. What? Oh, right, I forgot to tell everybody. A most auspicious thing happened. I got a new friend for the friend circle yesterday. As per usual, I didn't mean to. I just ran face first into Yield Sparkle Butt. And was just like, maybe today will be the day. And so I did. And then I remembered that my inventory was full because at the time I was running towards the pile to try and get a recipe. And so I had to destroy something to pick up the bag. And boy, howdy, am I glad I did. I can't remember what I did. I think I destroyed a bunch of pavers. Because when I did, I got my little proud horn. I got my little spikel butt. Hmm. Wait, post back. Interesting. Uh, I definitely. I need to look into that. I haven't noticed getting like any interesting glitches with them, but like I have noticed like the ghost plank bushwhack because those are not there. Those are now here. But that being said, I'm now intrigued that you're saying that like new ones that you place down are acting interestingly. Your paver dragon. Oh, yeah. They didn't even say that they were touching the pavers. How did they break the pavers? I don't understand. But okay. Where's a box? There we go. So let's say there's never a box when I need one. Did anyone like describe how the glitches are interesting? I mean that's fair. Yeah, I don't know. The new ones seem to be operating as per normal, or like fresh ones. I mean, the ghost planks can be like fixed by just like reloading your, yeah, yeah, as Widget mentioned, just like reloading your plot. Second thing is weird. You're letting some round kept producing a new one of the same size whenever you tried to pick one of them up. Also, I'm getting a weird sound effect right here. I don't think I don't think I have the sound turned on for you guys, but hmm. It almost sounds like there's an actual choppa in my yard. It's weird. Hey, can anybody say hotfix? I'm just kidding. It'll probably take them a full week. Which, you know, in developer year or timeline is actually pretty quick. I think. Don't quote me on that. I'm not actually in the business. I am just going off by data trends or going off data trends like observed from other games. Um, sorry, not laughing at you, Bash, laughing at Atsy, but Bash, what's up? Of course. Whether or not I can oblige, 100%. You can ask. Oh, that's what the sound is. Okay, that makes sense. I was probably hearing um the different shrines through the. Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, if they want to just like pop into the channel, I can do a quick demo of that. Just to double check they are on PC, right? Because it's only doable on PC now. Okay, then yeah, 100%. Let me just. But yeah, 100%. In here I thought it was gonna be something weird. Hey, Becky. Welcome to the class. I don't know. Alright. So Bash tells me that, nice to meet you as well. Bash informed me that you have an interest in removing walls. So the process is actually quite simple. Let me just create a small example house. There. All right. Oh, all right. So even more simple. I didn't even need to do this. Okay. Fair enough. So you want to remove the back wall of a, I mean, in actuality, what I'll do is just demonstrate like the most simplistic way to do it, which in all actuality, in my personal opinion, the best way to do ghost or wall removal. I'm talking about it like I'm an esthetician. I prefer to do it on like a secondary construction, and then I move it to the main construction. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the bit that's going to be our ghost room, and the ghost room is the part that deletes the wall. So in this case, we are going to require a large room. So we grab a large room, and now after we have the large room selected, we go up to the selection menu, and we go to whichever plot is designated as our basically our drop-off point for our ghost rooms. So T5 is one of them for myself. So I just select it. And now from here, we aren't going to click this yet. We're going to kind of, because you can see that we can move around the screen by using the ASDW buttons or keys on your keyboard. So now you're going to line up to where the load plot button is directly over the slot of that harvest house. Now this part is important. You're going to click like you've never clicked before. If you did it correctly, I apparently did not. I did not click enough. If you're able to turn up the DPI of your mouse, I highly recommend it. because the more clicks that are registered, the better. So we just go in. Sometimes zooming in helps, just to make sure that you're perfectly lined up. And sorry, I used the word DPI. DPI just means turning up the sensitivity of your mouse. Not all mice can do it, but most gaming mice can. And here we go. D5. Make sure we're lined up. And click. And there we go. And now we can turn the sensitivity of our mouse down so it's not jumping all over the place. We can go back to our previous plot and we can see that that wall construction is there. And now if we grab this harvest house, we can see that that large room that's on the other plot, we can select it still. And now we can move it to wherever location we would actually like it to be. And now we can actually be a bit saucy as well, because we can go over here, we can place it there, and then say we want more ghost rooms as well. So we go back to our ghost plot. And now we just attach some more rooms on to that room. And we just go back. We just grab that room to refresh that construction. And now all of those rooms can be used as ghost rooms. Now, if you run up to it like this, it sometimes will be fine. But if you ever run up and you find yourself running into an invisible wall, just flip back to the plot that has the ghost rooms and then flip back. It will remind the system that those rooms are not actually on this plot. And those invisible walls will be bye-bye. Thank you. Sure. But I guess if I'm going to clip this, I would like to mention that, or the hard work of Voidness and Theo that did a lot of work for ghost rooms in general and also for testing all of this. So yeah, and you're very welcome for that. Yeah, this is what the channel is for. We're here to help. We're here to help people learn. Oh gosh. Looks like Corey's getting me back. Or, I said Corey. Biscuits. Welcome Raiders. I guess I should pause from I guess this is a good illustration of what the channel is about because we just blew out the walls of this large room. But yeah, welcome to the channel where we make magic happen. And the purpose is for everyone to understand how we got there and to ask questions if you get lost along the way. So if at any point one of your lovely selves doesn't understand how we got there, or I say something that you have no idea what I'm talking about, please, I very much understand having a personal anxiety gremlin, but just put them in a headlock and tell them to shh. And just ask the question. Because after all, the only stupid question is the one that isn't asked. Have I eaten something today? I had a bite of Tiger's breakfast thing. Does that count? Beyond that, ADHD meds, coffee. Oh, God. I hate. But. Mm, I'm also really bad at self care. I will be back very soon. Yes, yeah, please don't use my full government name. I'm pretty sure. Yes, okay, I will be back. I will be back in 10 to 15 minutes. Everyone that just rated in, as I'm very sure that you just came from a like a stream that was probably a fair bit, I suggest that everybody else engages in some self-care as well. Hydrate, get some food, you know, the uh the AFK otter will keep y'all very, or anyone else who wants to hang around, or anybody that gets back early, very good company. I will go get something substantial for food like substance. I promise. And when I get back, I will give more of the spiel about, glitch magic and alchemical decorating. Much love. All right. Whew. Sorry, that was a little bit longer than 15 minutes. That's what I get for. I always underestimate uh, how long it takes to cook. And I was just frying an egg. Should have just nuked it. Which, thank you everybody for the love. I'll have to tell excuse me, Kuri the next time I see them that the AFK otter's name is Fleo. But thanks everybody. I definitely needed that. All right. And we're back at it. Ah, I did. I made myself a sandwich with at least 3 food groups. I had dairy, protein, and grain. So I just actually I even had a little bit of vegetables for good measure. Not a lot, but a little. Oh. Hmm. Taking advantage of my shortness, I see. You win this round. Just wait till there's a low ceiling. It happens. Yeah, a few years back, actually back when I was in college, we went on a tour, or like an architecture tour, and it was quite amusing to see the tall guys in the group. Uh, kind of struggle a little bit. It was just like, mm, hey, how you doing up there? And there's like, fine, how you doing down there? And I'm just like, well, I'm not bumping my head. I'm not getting a concussion. 6'8", my God. Just 11 more. Oh my God. We're actually at 11 more followers. Biscuits. I really should. That could be fun. Touring 300 home plots. That'd be a journey. I mean, I'd be down for that though. Mainly because of like the absolute like the absolute journey that would be of like touring 300 homes or 300 plots. Ugh. All right. I've been putting this off and putting this off, but we should actually look at the assistant and see what the assistant says to us about our item situation and see where we're at. Oh, dear sweet baby Buddha. It's not great, fam. It's not great. And that's putting it kindly. We're at 2983. Oh, so we're at 2,983 out of 3,000. Yeah, so we are definitely going to have to say goodbye to some of the construction aspirations, which is fine. You know, at moments like this, that's what you have to do. When you're hugging, yeah, when you're at this point in the construction process, you have to start, you know, taking down your temporary construction, like these stairs. Well, we're keeping the choppa. In some cases, you need to clean up where you can. So like this front entrance might need to do that. So this is a great lesson for everybody on how to let go. And it's as simple as just place inside the pavilion and then just say yes. It's kind of why my other name for the pavilion is the vacuum cleaner. And I always try and keep at least one on hand. Before the pavilion came out, it was the gazebo. I tried to keep one gazebo free at all times. But then the pavilion came out, and I was just like, oh, this is so much better. And then, yeah, boop. Over here. And then, yeah, we're definitely can't do that. It's all temporary construction dealy going on over here. Yeah, that can all get cleaned up. And yeah, that's just what you gotta do. And just all of these things that we've made, you just gotta break them. And then if you need something, like there are more simplistic options that we can make. Just place inside. And then luckily, we just attach it to the building block construction. It'll all count. And then we just go into our Zen place and we just say yes. Now the one thing when you do this and you do these mass cleanings, and if you are using the Palliapedia assistant, it does kind of have a bit of a connipshit. So I would recommend to like close it, like shut it down and, and reload it. Because it has a hard time keeping up with all of the item changes. And then from here we can just like run through and see what's just not great. Oh, hey, look at that. We have a Paltech wall vent. It's just kind of there. Been meaning to move that to the other plot. Nope. And while we're here. Oh, I haven't seen the Golders yet, but I'm glad to hear that they are cute. Part of me hopes in the future that they make like a decor for them, but the other part of me is also just not sure if about it. Then there's also the little, the little shit part of me. It's just kind of like, the whole Golder pups are great, but they don't make sense lore-wise. But you know, what do I know? I'm just a tiny dragon. Although I'm not really the one to talk about lore with, uh, go see Percival and his people for that. They are the lore people. I decorate. I do decorating things. I build. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, their oneness is following each person around. I, yeah, okay. And then maybe they were found. They trundled on in from out of town. I could buy that. I could buy that. Okay. Because there is a lot of the Palian world that we don't know about. I'm down. I'm down. Yeah. Because we have already seen that like in the lore because Einar was built to be a companion bot. Or I mean a companion golder. Ooh, sorry. Bad me. Um but he just did have a dual like a dual function. So he just also like his oneness was fishing and then also to be a companion, just in like a platonic sense though. Or sorry, not platonic, like in an ace sense. Sorry, this we're getting into a area of the rainbow that I'm very unfamiliar with. Yeah, yeah. I personally, I'm not ace or aromantic, so I'm not really sure what the difference is personally. So I'm just going to leave it at that. He's sweet and he's nice, and I enjoy his company. And if it would not make Nio or uh, if it would not make Nio or Hodari sad, I would put on Einar's pin. I would. But here we are. I'm a very weird gamer. I I know that. We could pick up flour. Which, yeah, if anybody was wondering how the boat's out there, this is how. There is a load-bearing butcher block. That must never be touched. Oh, okay. Well, I guess update on the seed situation. It went away, but I did not get a seed. Oh, hey, that time it went away, but I did get a seed. Great. Great. So I uh try moving the tree maybe? Don't pick it up, just move it. So just editor mode. Or wait, no. Sorry. No, 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 no. I take it back. I take it back. I take it back. Don't move the tree. That was my problem. Sorry. Because that's what I did here was I moved this tree. And the seed went away. And now that I think about it, that's what somebody told me not to do yesterday. Was to don't move the tree. Somebody told me that. Somebody told me don't do that, and I did it. Oh god. Okay. Well, here we are. You live, you learn, you lose a seed. It's okay. I've got so many more. It's just an acorn. Don't do it with a flow tree. So you might be able to get seeds now. I don't know. I'm just a tiny dragon. Try my best here. So don't take it back. Don't move the tree. Just yeah. But yeah, these ones are fully grown, so I'm okay to move them. Can I move them from aerial? I can't remember. Yeah. It's like the plan was to like make an entire canopy. But at this point, I would be fine just to have a frame. And have some of that uh, or just slightly blur that that line between like the heavy industrial and then out into the forest. It's kind of what I was thinking. Mm. That's a statement, honey. Do I want to know? Oh, okay. Yep. 100%. Which, sorry, I guess we'll find out if they're streaming Palia. I hope they're streaming Palia. Do I? I do follow them. Fantastic. Yeah, um, well, I have to say that I don't find myself like grinding my teeth so much as I clench my jaw. And, same. Which now that you mention it, which sorry if anybody heard me, just like, I just realized that probably got picked up by the mic. Sorry. Really gotta stop doing that. And, yeah. Socially awkward dragon. So what were we doing? Blurring the lines between industrial and not. While apparently just like decimating this field. But I actually wouldn't mind planting. Uh, yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter where I plant the trees because it will subtract from the plot total here anyway. Grr. Mm. So I might as well. Hello, good news. In our uh no, sadly no. Um, let me pop down. Um, oh, interesting. Did they fix that? What? Okay, I don't believe you. Interesting. Although that being said, I don't have any trees planted on other plots. So the only way to actually tell would be to go to another plot and find out. So let's go to a tiny new start is a perfect litmus test actually. Yeah. So here we go. So yeah, we go we go to a tiny new start that uh you've hit max items on a plot and you were still able to plant trees. That shouldn't be allowed. On a oh yeah, no, yes, that's perfectly fine. Yes, that's perfectly fine. Um, but what I'm saying though, so the plot that we were just on, like I'm trying to conserve item slots on that plot. Um, but so if I were to go to another plot and plant the trees there, it wouldn't save the item slots on the current plot that I'm like trying to conserve slots on. If does that make sense? I know it's kind of weird weird logic there. What's that? You must pick up all interior decor. What the heck? What are you attached to, sir? Oh right. Oh right. I forgot about this. Because this is that thing that we did. Lol. But yeah, so well on this plot that just has this stop, please. So it just has this construction here. Like these are the only items that should be on this plot. Yet the total items on this plot that are counted are 177. Well, because I have one ancient Golder statue, one rock garden, I have one campfire, 6 copper storage chests, one fabric loom, one flow acorn, one foliage tree oak medium, one foliage tree oak small, one gazebo, 5 glowworm farms, 2 grand harvest houses, 7 harvest houses, 1 heavy sawmill, 2 heavy smelters, 8 iron storage chests, etc. Sorry, and then we get down to trees. We have two mature flow oak trees, and then 18 mature oak trees, which are on the plot that we were just on. And so all of the items that I was like just mentioning are in this section called global actors. So yeah. And so all of these items, trees included, count across every single plot. And it's a large reason why you'll see most of my plots are very barren of trees. Except for the Steamworks, which is kind of nearing completion. Yeah, you're telling me. I think, I think the most cruel, in my mind, or not the most, because the trees are pretty bad. So I think the most cruel is probably the trees. Then second after that is that the cooking stations. So your standard oven, your standard stove, your prep station, your mixing station, all of those count against the item limit against every single one of your plots. So if you're someone that has a massive cooking setup for cake parties, cooking parties of some kind, well, honey, those 30 odd cooking stations that you have, 40 or 30, 40, I don't actually know how many cooking stations are in a cooking party setup these days. But those are counting against the item limit of every single one of your plots. And yet they devoted their time and resources into fixing metallic building blocks instead. I mean, no. So the best thing to probably do in that, like, if you are someone that plans on having cooking parties, and this kind of goes against what I mentioned about like having, like, dividing up your projects. But if you are someone that's going to have a cooking plot, it needs to be on the first plot that you plan on developing. Probably. Just so you can develop that cooking space to the fullest that you want to. so you're not working with a negative item limit. Because other things that also work against your item limit, there's a lot. Anyways, so yeah, sorry. I'm kind of fixating on this, and I'm very sorry. Yeah. Sorry to everybody here. Yeah. Uh, but yeah, if anyone in here is a PC player and would like to know more about this topic, I strongly recommend that you look up the Palliapedia app or Palliapedia Assistant. Let me just grab that link. I'm actually surprised it's taken me this long to share this. There we go. And I'll pin it. And there you go. My pleasure. And yeah, there's a section at the bottom of that has or that lists the global actors. And if you're wondering exactly how many global actors there are across all of your plots, the best way to do that is exactly what I did here, which was go to an empty plot if you have one. Or I mean, go to an empty plot or just a plot that doesn't have any global actors on it. And then just scroll to the bottom, and then that will list every single actor that is on every single other plot. Which, yeah. I really should, which, yeah, I'm definitely going to probably cut out that footage and upload that to YouTube because I've been meaning to do a little video on all of that, just to like raise awareness of that issue. So like, you know, maybe it'll become a priority. Because people keep on talking about like if you I mean, yeah, that would be the reason. So it's that your second plot was actually theoretically over the limit because you can actually get like you can actually exceed the limit, but only on one plot. And then God actually help you if you pick up anything. So that one plot needs to become like a freaking art gallery. Like a time like touch nothing but the lamp. Actually, don't even touch the lamp. Because if, God forbid, you pick up anything and you've exceeded the limit, you now need to go to every other plot and pick up global actors until that that plot gets to below the limit, so you can place that one item down. And then you can, by all means, go to the other plots and place those global actors down. But it gets very awkward when those global actors are houses, because those are also global actors, are houses and housing additions. Which, like, I've mentioned it on this channel like a few times, but this plot that you see here is actually like the seventh iteration of this plot. Because I've destroyed it so many times. And I'm kind of hoping this is the one that sticks, because I'm rather fond of it. Um, but yeah, Cat. I can only hypothesize so much um based on your description. Um, yours bugged before you even had any other plots and only had a few crafters. That's I have not heard of that. That's weird. That's a unicorn. And I mean, I assume you've submitted a ticket. Sorry, silly question. I know, but you know, it's the first question I have to ask. You know, it's the equivalent of, you know, have you tried turning it back on and on, like off and on again? It doesn't always help, but sometimes it does. Oh God, I hate it when they say that. I genuinely do. And it's like, yep, we know, and just like, thanks, Seamus. Is there like like any more information that you can give me on that? Then you know, or then you are aware. Like, and this is kind of why uh like I mentioned like the importance of developer updates, is because it's just nice to know what their priorities are, or like what bugs like they're currently addressing, or like what's in the pecking order here. That's all. It's mostly just for like peace of mind for players and for people like myself who are like ostensibly, you know, volunteer tech support. You know, would just be nice. to have some information. That's all. Rather than conjecture and analyzing data trends. Not that I don't love analyzing data trends. I can do that until the cows come home. Oh, they've liked pulling things out of left field lately. So, like, according to the data, I have no idea. None whatsoever. Yeah, uh, and it, and just so we're clear, I know that the analysis I just gave probably sounded very cold, and I'm very sorry about that. Um, Inside, there's a lot of pain, like vicariously for you, Stephanie, and for anybody experiencing the or that is going through the whole realization that they might have to tear down all of the hard work that they've put their time and their energy into. Huh. I yeah. 975? Somebody likes the trees. Sorry. I wish, I wish, I wish, I wish I had better news for you, but I don't. But that also being said, I'm sure those aren't just trees. Okay, so you're still not okay. That's perfectly fine. So in that case, we are just going to take a very quick break from the actual Palia game, and I'm going to just add a little screen. I don't, yeah, for some reason there aren't ads in the assistant anymore. I don't know why. Anyways, because we are going to add a little thing, so I'm not just like talking and people um let's try this. I think this, yeah, there we go. Palliapedia assistant. And now it should bring up the thing. Right? It's just gray. Nope, not that. There we go. Fantastic. Uh, 1 second. So we are just going to swap back to a tiny new start, which is this plot. Okay. Wooded Grove. Activate landscape. There we go. So we are going to just run over here. And so this, we are going to just drop down a vacuum cleaner. Place inside vacuum cleaner. Pick up everything inside vacuum cleaner. All right. And now we open our assistant. And we see there are 0 items on the plot. But, however, total items that are counted out of 3,000 are 166. So when we talk about global actors, that means this category here that are items that are counting in from other plots. Does that make a little bit more sense? So when we go into the list of global actors, yes, exactly. So instead of having a current plot limit, like a current item limit on this plot, sorry, I had I actually have a spreadsheet for this exact reason, because I kind of knew this day was coming. There we go. Item limit reverse. So current items placed 166. So the current item limit on this plot, instead of being 3,000, is 2,834. Now we can alleviate this by going to our other plots and finding these items. So like somewhere I have an extra lockbox that I placed down. So I could go and find that. Or sorry, let me rephrase that. I've been meaning to go and find that extra lockbox that's kicking around somewhere. I'm kind of attached to my 6 copper storage chests, however. However, I'm not sure why it says 15 storage out of 8. Or no, wait, yes I do, because there's 6 and then there's 8. And then I think there's probably a wooden one. Yeah, there's a wooden storage chest. Once again, for this exact reason that I wanted to illustrate that all of the storage chests count as global actors. That, and you can have as many storage chests as you'd like, but it just won't give you any more storage. It just stops. Yeah, it just stops at the maximum storage. And I just think that the copper storage chests look cute. Yep, and then we have a confirmation here that the new sunroom counts as a global actor. Total item. Oh, did you just go to an empty plot? No problem. Thank you. Hey, Kat, thank you very much for mentioning that what I said before didn't make sense. I really appreciate that. Truly. Because it's very important to me that everybody understands what we're talking about. So, yeah. Because this is the place of learning. And yeah, that's another thing. I could go clean up my work tables. I could. And I probably should. Because I could just keep them in storage on the other plots until I need them. What? No. So here. Uh, um, mm, let me just share my spreadsheet that I have. Cancel. Boop, boop, boop. Because the spreadsheet will probably make more sense. Because it might be a little bit easier to understand, or not understand. That's the wrong word. I'm bad with words. I'm better with visuals. Here we go. So that this is, sorry, that's very large, but so just, does that make a little bit more sense? Just in this case, we can replace current items placed with we'll just use common, or not common, but just plain items on other plots. slash, I mean plus items placed. And then what's the 13? So yeah, items on other pots plus current items placed equals that number, which on my empty plot here just happens to be 0. So I'm not at a I'm just at a count of 166. Not entirely sure when I said, or I'm yeah, I'm right there with you. Especially for like a company that likes Band-Aid solutions so much. I feel like that would be the biggest Band-Aid solution for this problem. Would be just raise the item limit. But I don't know, I'm just a tiny dragon. Limit for money, yeah, and renown went up, but not technically physical items. Yeah, exactly. And like, it's not even just that, it's that uh or I mean it's also that we still have nothing to do with renown. That's the other thing. So it's once again that like Band-Aid solution not fixing the problem, which is like they haven't given us we have nothing to do with our renown, which is the problem. So like, I don't know, let us use it. I mean, the easiest solution would be like let us use it for, I don't know, like as an alternative for gold in some way, or like let us convert it into gold. That would be the easiest solution. So if we could like convert gold or renown into gold, easiest solution right there. My pleasure. Have a great night. Thank you for joining. Just now that I mentioned it, I probably should check the time myself. 4:43, so we're not bad. I'm just gonna try and push until 5:30. That's when Miss Radiance is planning on streaming. I'm hoping that they're streaming Palia. Um, that would be nice. I mean, it is patch week, so it makes sense. What the heck is wrong? Oh, yes. I forget about that. That makes sense. I wonder if these garden boxes are even doable. Or no, I mean, let's not be silly. Of course they're doable, but they're just probably not as easy as they were, when we had metallic building blocks. Yeah, because, it was like life on easy mode. Hey, which I think maybe that was part of the reason why I was so choked up about the metallic building block change, was that I genuinely don't like being wrong as much as I say that I don't mind. But I don't like being wrong. I don't think anybody does. Wait, really? Oh wait, no, I think I knew that. Which that is very annoying. And somebody asked me last week if the and I now realize that like I'm 90% sure that it was a loaded question and that they had insider information. I'm 90% sure. Or I just could just have a tinfoil hat on. I don't know. But looking back on it, it does feel like a loaded question to just make me look foolish from somebody that does have connections just so they could say, "See, told you so." It's just like, feel good about that? Because I don't. But whatever. Alright, so let's try making those garden boxes again, fam. So let's get some builders stone pillars. Luckily, don't tell S6. Shh. But I think they forgot about the gold crate. A little bit, just a little bit. You'll see what I mean in just a sec. Although, I mean, those of you who were here earlier in the stream saw me use it before, but you'll just see it again. Probably need a wall. We'll just grab one wall instead of, going crazy. And we just start with one. And now it's going to be a little bit tedious. Although total we're going to need 8, so we just need 7 on the ground. 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, business as usual. 90 degrees. Attach. Do the thing. Remember, don't tell the church. I mean S6. If men find out we can shapeshift, they're going to tell the church. This last one's going to be a bit awkward. Oh, apparently not. That's fantastic. And then just once you get the first one on there, it should be business as usual, like we just did. So just keep rotating the shelf. Well, this is nice to see. Oh, sorry. I probably spoke too soon. Hmm. Oh, well, what do you look at that? Have I gone to any of the tours on the board? I've gone on a few. Uh, which, thank you for reminding me that I mean, you don't have to say it in stream chat if you don't want everyone to know your username. Um, but uh, I, just to like support my supporters, I'm kind of collecting their info so I can just like pop by their plots. And like leave a thing. Unless you'd like me to pop by on stream, in which case I totally can do that too. But I just don't want to put anybody on the spot. Because Lord knows I would hate that. Oh, howdy. I would just be like, absolutely not, sir. I would love the little bit of support so I can get the thing, but no, no. That's actually kind of cute. I kind of actually like that better than the last version. I mean, if it wasn't, you know. Mm-hmm. Jitterbug. Hello, Miss Sky Furia. Also, that means that I probably uh mm, that probably means that I missed a freaking follow-in announcement. I'm so sorry. Did I? I did not. Well, in any case, welcome for being a first-time chatter, Miss Sky, or sorry to assume your gender, just Sky. Welcome. I'm your socially awkward dragon speaking. How's your day going? I hope well. Don't feel like you need to answer any of what I've just blurted out. Oh my gosh, Iridian Sky, my lovely lurker friend. Fabulous designer, by the way, everyone. You know what? Funny that you should pop in here because I actually was like going through my friends list to like find the people that I actually like know, and I came across your username, and I was just like, oh my god, and remembered like when we did some like testing around Christmas. So good to see you. It's been forever. Sorry for all of that. Which, and just to remind everybody that, you know, lurking is perfectly is perfectly fine with me. Um, you know, I too have the social anxiety or the drained social batteries. So if you don't feel like you have the energy to engage, don't force yourself to. You can fully just sit back and learn, or just sit back and watch. You don't need to learn per se. I think enjoy was the word I was looking for. It's been a long day. So good news. We can still make that garden box. It is a little bit different than it used to be. So this is the version that we just did. And then this is the version that we did the other day. Which, actually, it might even look cute on, like, one on top of the other. Mm. Ooh, or even better. Do we still have? Yes, we do. We have our trusty merge wall. Don't ask why what the click was for. Just I'll just move on with our lives, shall we? My brain is broken. And then we go like this. Or wait. I, I think for once we don't need the shelf. It was crashing on you this morning. Oh. Yeah. I yeah, I'm not sure about this morning, but I suppose this yeah, right now that analysis does kind of make a bit of sense with everybody getting off work and such. Although I don't really know as to why that would affect your system. I think that would probably be more of your toaster computer more. I love you. Oh, actually, this could bring up actually a good point that I've been meaning to bring up in a while, for a while. How often do people here clean out their picture file? Out of curiosity. Or did people know that their launcher, yeah, yeah, yeah. Because yeah, for anybody in the class that does not know, um, I'll just open my camera now. So oh, right down here, right this thing down here where it says unsaved photos will expire. That is a bold-faced lie. It is. You do not need to save any picture ever for it to be saved to your C drive. And that's where like all of your so it doesn't matter if your like your game, so like I run my game off of one of my auxiliary hard drives. I don't know if anybody else has a computer like that, but most computers these days have at least two hard drives. Uh, and your C drive is normally where all of your operating system is, and it's where just like the temporary files and just like the application data is supposed to be stored, which are supposed to be small files and not very much. But if you aren't careful, uh, it, yeah, it can add up. And it can be kind of tricky to get there. I just need to remember. Hold, please. Because, or actually, no. Let's just try because I actually haven't tried what widget is suggesting, which is just search $temporary, or sorry, $temp. That didn't work for me. But I mean that could also be that I am very bad for like oh in settings. Okay. Dare her. I can read. I'm sorry. I'm terrible. Oh wow. Yeah, so currently uh or yeah, let me see if that because I don't think this yeah, because it's under applications. There we go. Because just deleting all those temporary files won't really do it. You'll need to like go into the Let me find the file path for you guys. Hold please, because I have it bookmarked on my desktop. Yeah, so we'll go user or so C drive users, then whatever your okay, so I'll type it out. Users, I'll do this. Your username, then local. There. Then yeah, it goes app data, local, Palia, saved screenshots. And that way you can also like save all of your screenshots as well instead of just deleting them. There is a possibility that you'll need to like, if you don't already have it selected, there is an option at the top of your screen to show hidden files, which that's where app data is. So yeah. Also, hey Bash. Good to see you. Welcome back. How was work? I think we might grow some more juniper trees. I don't know. I don't even know what the plan is anymore. I think let's just shoot them all and let God sort them out. Unfortunately, one day he put this saying to the test. Wait, what? Just a, oh, a confluence of your holiday weekend activities. What holiday? Oh, I guess I didn't even realize that it's a holiday weekend for us too. Mm. Mm. Thank you, Bash. You're sweet. Also, have fun, Widget. Thank you for hanging out. And thank you for popping in, Bash. It's sweetheart. Which I had this idea. I don't even know when. A little while ago. Although maybe not that one. Let's go with the tiny one. No. Zaboop. Because we can't have pumpkin patch in here. You know, we'll just, I guess, plant a flow tree. Just for the aesthetic. Just for the aesthetic, John. Just for the aesthetic. Here's some rocks. Do we even have any rocks? Probably not. Wait, what? Oh, I hope it does. And it's okay, Bash. I think you're adorable. And I think you're sweet as heck. Just so you know. That might, I mean, it's definitely gonna be enough rocks. It is a format. Oh, okay. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this so I can save it for later. Just so I don't forget what you mentioned about that. But you know, also because we do love Bash in all forms. Let's get a pair of bumper rocks. There we go, that's nice. Make XsTinyDragon go purr. Or I guess, grr? I'm getting my bear on. Rawr. What does that button do? A sticker should, oh, sorry. I was fixated over on this screen, stacking rocks. Sorry. But there should have been a sticker that popped up. Just one sec. I'll make it go again, because I can do that. It should have been like this. Yeah. I, I still need to, I'm still in the process of making more buttons for everybody. So, yeah, it's a slow process. At this point, it's pretty much whenever the inspiration hits. Kind of like why stream started early, or started early. Ha, that'll be the day. And when my stream started late this morning. Because, it hit me like a ton of bricks. And then I was just like, I can get it done before stream starts. Mm. You know what? I think that looks okay. Hmm. I I did react to your love bomb. I very much reacted to your love bomb. The shit disturber part of me wants to joke about going again, but that's inappropriate. Poker face. No, we both made the joke. That's fantastic. I love it. All right. Well, the fact that I made the joke is slightly less than appropriate. That I could go again if you'd like. I might have been like talking away from the mic. All right, all right, all right, buddy. I adore you as well. Uh, Although I'm very happy with how this is turning out. As a side note, not to like dodge, but yeah, got that. Or I'm not sure if they have this in like other parts of the world, but they have this a lot uh in Canada as just like sidewalk decor, basically. Uh, just as like, you know, just rocks around planted trees, just to add a little bit of character. Which now that I say it out loud, they have to have that in other countries. That cannot be a Canadian thing. Like I get that we're weird, but we can't be that weird. Yeah, I mean it's so common that they put it in a freaking game. I don't know. Leave me alone. It's been a day. It's been a long day. Okay. I hate. Um, yeah, but it's kind of a large reason why, like, when people were talking about the dirt piles being around the planted trees, and they were just like, it looks terrible. And I was just, oh, thank you for the Huggles wish. And give Huggle Squish back. Uh, I was just like, I rather like the dirt piles, but okay. Or like, or let me rephrase that. I would have liked it if like the trees that were still growing, like hear me out, the trees that were still growing at least still had the dirt piles. That would have been nice. Like, for sure, fully grown trees, no dirt, but then like things that are still growing. Like, for instance, the young tree or the where sapling. Like that little guy or that little guy. Like that just like feels like there should be dirt. But apparently I'm a heretic for thinking that. Or at least that's what the main or the consensus on the main Palia Discord was. Just like, you want dirt? I'm just like, I mean, kinda. Yeah, right? I mean, yeah, there are. There really are. Uh, yeah, if the church ever gets a hold of me, oh god, that's gonna be a long trial. Believing the earth revolves around the sun, it does. Heretic. Sorry. Believing in women's rights, they should have. What? Where are you guys from? Shut up. Sorry. Good question, Bash. I don't. I'm not sure. I'd like to hope so. I've been I've been kind of just letting it play out. More upset with ratings for empty plots. I mean, kind of. I mean, it takes. Although that also being said, I don't. I mean, yeah, actually, no. I'm with you. I'm with you guys there because it theoretically should not be that hard to add in that there's a stipulation. And this is not my idea. Um, just as a note, this isn't my conceptual idea. My con. Oh yeah. Suggestion. There we go. This isn't my suggestion. Uh, what what was their name? Hold please. Actually, I can check in my spreadsheet because they are on the list of plots. Ah, there we go. Trap Money Benny. That's the name. There we go. I believe it was them that suggested. I think it was they who suggested like a minimum plot value of 1 million. Which isn't that hard to reach, I don't think. I don't think. Which, and well, while we're on the subject of plot value, actually, uh, a nice part. So it's not great, but it's nice at least. So while those global plot actors do take away from your maximum item limit, something I didn't mention before during that whole discussion that we had earlier, um, they do at least add to the plot value. So, it's not great, but it's something. Uh, Although now that I'm looking at that plot value, not properly. Ha. Which makes me wonder what's going on there. So, bit oppositional defiant at times. I mean, there's nothing inherently wrong with being oppositionally defiant. Inherently, this is, I mean, as long as, because I mean, some could argue that like I too exhibit signs of oppositional defiance. Um, but I I don't know. I think in this forum at least we try and keep things constructive and like work towards solutions instead of just like, this sucks. At least I'd like to think so. Hope so. I don't know. Just a sec, fam. I need to change my shirt. And then without even thinking, I like almost walked on camera, like shirtless. Oh, can you tell it's the end of the day? We're getting there anyway. I think that definitely is something that I would like to do at some point is like, huh, or wait, sorry, something that I've been meaning to do. 9 hours? Oh my God, you're right. Biscuits. But I've been meaning to make a comprehensive list of like items and their plot value. You know, just in case anybody wants to like min-max their plot value. Like for instance, we just pop over to the tiny horde. Not yet, but that's part of the reason I mention it is there isn't right now, but in theory, in the future, uh, there might be. Like I've mentioned this on a previous stream, but you know I'll mention it again. Or can we? Or is this not is it not a thing anymore? Did they take it away? I guess they did. Okay. You know, I actually don't care. I genuinely don't. Tish's dream house that is no longer with us. May it rest in peace. Wherever it may lie. But Tish's dream house had the unreleased gold plot value trophy in it. I can dig through the footage. Because during Can you still access Tish's dream house? Open tour board. Hell. Am I just bad? Oh, just click tour home. Thank you, Cat. I appreciate you. Wait, what? Oh. Yep, I'm just bad. Oh wait. Random person. I give you. Oh, you have enough love. It's okay. Oh, there. Palian. Okay. I do. I find it funny that they've changed it now to Palian Show Home. That's funny. Interesting. Okay. Has it? I mean, I assume people have been in here. Has it changed at all? Or has it changed much? Because, yeah, there's still... But yeah, let me just run through and find what we... Oh, well, there's... Yeah, obviously, jukebox. That's new. Get... Yeah, it's over here. So yeah, gold plot value trophy right there. So theoretically, maybe there will be, but they might repurpose that into something else. Who knows? Because like everything that's data mined, they it's subject to change or can be subject to change. I love that that is still here. Along with a myriad of paintings that don't exist in the player inventory. Hey. Or wait, I think there might be less. No, wait, there's the other one. Because there's this one, but there's two of it. Oh yeah, there we go. Which I think in the game files this is called the Killimacook's painting. Then we have the Fall Flutterfox plush. I believe this is the Killam Innkeeper's painting. Um, I mean, on the plus side, it's nice to see them in the flesh, to see what they, or, I mean, you already could see them in, what? Hold please. Now, I've never really used that pantry much, so I don't know, to be fair. Okay, fair. Okay, they're lucky. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it, fam. Everything's fine. Just answer. What's up? Can I never whistle again? Yes. Yes, I can never whistle again. I'm just kidding. What's your question, Hugh? The stack of books I made, is it possible? Uh, yeah, I believe so, because it was made, I mean, the stack of books that, oh, sorry. Sorry, it's getting hard to control my volume. The stack of books that I made, was made using rotational floating. Yeah. So Now, because you are a Switch player, no. Singular, one anchor. Let me go home and get away from this. So like if we're talking about the stack of books that is at my this tiny Steamworks, or yeah, you know what I'm talking about here. So this book stack right here, there's only one anchor. It's right here. Um, so you so the answer is you actually can. You just can't do it the same we can. Um, you just need two players. Remember, so it's harder. Yeah, hold please. Let me just boot up my Switch. But yeah, which this actually is good because this lets me log in my alts to get the login rewards. But yeah, and yeah, funny enough, you mention the like merge glitching, by which I'm assuming you mean like synchronized placement, yeah, like placing at the same in the same location at the same time, yeah, yeah. Talking the same thing. Sounds great. I will give like a little bit of a rundown for anybody that doesn't know what the heck I'm talking about. Just, so nobody gets lost. There we go. But I mean, uh, where's the button? Where's the button? There's the button. Oh, wait. Ah, funny dragon. This plot is locked during business hours. But yeah, just, but yeah, if you've done, I'm trying to think of what you can equate it to. Okay, so floating is is kind of like the counterpart to shoving things out of bounds, if that makes sense. So how the like shoving things out of bounds and removing things from the construction use the same mechanic, if you're familiar with both of those. Uh, it's the same kind of idea. Yeah. So so yeah, it gets a bit weird, to say the least. And to be honest, it's been a hot minute since I've actually done two-person floating. But from what I remember, the item needs to, or is, it's required to be on, like on the, it needs to start on the anchor. And then once it is on the anchor, one player grabs the item that you want to float. And then the second player, did I hit the, yeah, there we go. Pardon my fumble fingers. My finesse with a controller is not as great as a mouse. So the second player moves the item the distance that you would like to float it. And here, let me rotate my camera so it's easier for you to see. So where you can see where Tiny Phoenix is about to move the item and where I'm about to place my item. And so this is where, or if everything goes correctly, this is where this cutting board is going to float to. So we do the countdown of 3, 2, 1, click. See, something went wrong. Either the countdown wasn't correct. 9 times out of 10, it's the countdown. I did feel my hands were kind of out of sync. So at that point, you try again. There we go. So since the synchronized placement was done perfectly, the cutting board was placed where the table used to be. and the table has now moved over here. And this table is now the anchor to this gourmet cutting board. So now we can extrapolate that into stacking books. Probably would suggest using maybe a capital chic shelf. Maybe. Then either a gourmet dessert plate pile or a single gourmet dessert plate. Let's try both and see how it goes. All right. You have a great night, Kat. Thank you for the reminder. So to add a height, you add a depth equal to a book. I'll show you. Sorry, just one sec. I'm sorry. It's been a long day, Hugh. I'm not sure I fully understood your question. Where are my books? Might be inside. Son of a biscuit. Son of a. Here. So what I or shoot, right, we can't. Sorry, I always want to use pillars because it feels so convenient, but I don't think it'll let us put our chic cabinet on its side. Yeah, it won't. It'll let us do every other angle except on its side. So we are at the mercy of using a wall. And I don't. Oh, can we do? Hey, you know what we could do? It's okay, Hugh. I have a little bit more in me. Um, just a little bit though. Mainly because this shouldn't take too much longer. So we're just gonna line up. In theory, anyway. Let's see if this works in practice. Beautiful. That's what I want to see. Show me that money. I mean, what? Yeah, I'm starting to lose it. We're fine though. Okay. And then we are going to flip this back down like that. And then just put the plate on the edge like that. And then we're going to flip it 90 degrees. No, don't time out. Okay. Let me just do the first one for proof of concept, just to see if this works. So yeah, so you want to place it. And now this one is going to be slightly easier, theoretically, than the last one. Because all we need to do is one friend is down here and just takes the shelf and brings it from the top down to the bottom. And then the person on the top just places the book, or just grabs the book and then places it back on that plate. It's going to be a bit of a finesse game. Never said it was easy. Especially on Switch. Had it for a second. There we go. I believe it. I definitely do believe that. I have seen Switch players and they are insane. In good way. And then yeah. Then just like we did before. Yevel. Does that make sense? Would you like me to do like the next one? Well, like this is like that's for like so you stack. That's how you build your book stack. Is so you repeatedly float the books from the bottom or from the top down to your plate until you can't float any more. Yeah. So, okay. Please do. Let me know. We can go over it again next time as well. I don't mind. None the slightest. Just remind me when I have a bit more energy about me. And I'm a bit more eloquent. Rather than the mm, jabbering mess you see before you. Anywho, it is, yeah, we are at 9 hours and 8 minutes. So, Let's see if we actually. Okay, so following. Come on, because there's a few. Okay, because I've been wanting to raid into Audrey for a while because those who aren't familiar with uh you're very welcome, Q. And you as well, milady. Uh sorry, as I was trying to get out there. For those that are unfamiliar with Audrey Radiance, or I don't think it's Audrey. It's her name is like it's ADRI. Dash, I'm trying to give a thing. She's one of the main people. Oh, she says Adri? Fantastic. I adore you so much, so much. Grabs the little raccoon and gives cuddles. I love you, Bash. So Adri, I feel like you've said that to me before. Do I have a raid message? A what? Is that something I'm supposed to have? And also, Stephanie, you're very welcome. Thank you, thank you for joining. Let me add that to my list. Apparently, I need raid message. Raid message. All right. I will. Yeah, I'll definitely get on that. Oh my gosh. My, everything is broken. Well, from my tiny house to yours, have a great day. There we go. Fantastic. I think I'm funnier than I am. And as always, I've been a tiny dragon with titanic dreams, hoping your dreams are and always will be just as big. Right? Enjoy your night, guys and gals and non-binary pals. We'll see you in the future. Oh, biscuits, I didn't hit the button, so we're still here and hanging out for about 7, 6, 5, 4.